Randy Baliram, Stefan Bissoon, Joshua Clark, Jerome Durrell comes into the team, Franklin Roos, Mikel Govaya, Brandon Ramsumir comes into the team, and the under 19 player, Daniel Holder. As we ready to get underway here, Joshua Clark is going to start. Rather, Joshua Clark finishing off the lineups for Glenora Sports Club. Joshua Clark, Jerome Durrell, Franklin Roos, Mikel Govaya, Brandon Ramsumir, Daniel Holder, Keon Mason, Dayanard Patrick, better known as Dio, in the team, Richard Sukram, and Kenroy Williams, the captain. Keon Mason, the man facing up as we get underway. First runs off the board, played out to Kevis John. And Kwame Mohammed, the opening bowler for the Barataria ball players. Leonardo Julian has had a spanking tournament with the bat, and in the last game he certainly delivered with the ball. He scored 41 against Savannah Boys and picked up 3 for 17. He took off the wicket-keeping pads, came on to bowl, and in 2.2 overs he transformed the game for Glenora Sports against the Savannah Boys. Umpires out in the middle. Umpire Keon Komobach presiding. Here is Mohammed. Outside the off-stump, through to the wicket-keeper. Kwame Mohammed has a good outing with the ball as well in the last game in their win against the Combined All-Stars to put them in this semi-final. Starts right outside the off-stump to the left-handed Julian. Mohammed picked up 2 for 17 off of his 4 overs against the Combined All-Stars. And at the square leg, umpire Clive Gaskin. Those are the 2 umpires presiding over this, and Andel Gay, the 3rd umpire. So 3rd man and backward point on the boundary for Leonardo Julian. Those are the 2 fielders in the power play out in the deep. And he's cutting in the air, out, bisecting those very 2 fielders. And it goes into the boundary. It's gone over the boundary, in fact, all the way for 6, signaled by umpire Komobach. And on this occasion, he was too short, and the width on offer, and Leonardo Julian does not need a second invitation. Decides to go aerial. He's the top scorer in the tournament, scored 91 off of 47 deliveries with 6 sixes against Shannon Sports Club in their victory against them in the preliminary games, eclipsing Brent Lezama, who was the so down the leg side. An appeal, it's not out. Brent Lezama, he was just a couple games prior, was the top scorer with 90. End of the first over, 8 runs on the board, and Leonardo Julian getting off with a 6 to get off the mark, and Keon Mason, he's on 1. After 1, it's 8 without loss.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB. It's banking for you.
Welcome back here. Reminding you that the Barataria ball players won the toss and opted to bowl first. And the captain, Kenroy Williams, indicating that they want to use the momentum they've had with their top order to try and get close to 200 runs and then try and defend it. Here's Dejon Charles to start from the Diego Martin Mineral Road end. And he's advancing down the track, walking into the opening bowler is Leonardo Julian. He's been in fine touch after that 91 not out. Before he had 46 against North Side Future Stars. As I mentioned, 41 against Savannah Boys to get into the semi-final as they finished atop the group. A couple changes in the lineup for Glenora Sports. We'll get into it. Charles round the wicket, and this one is swinging down the leg side. It started on the line of the stumps and continued heading down the leg side. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Leonardo Julian. That's the first shot to get off the mark from Leonardo Julian. Smacked it away for 6 this time. Couldn't get any bat on it down the leg side. And a good take from the wicketkeeper. Clifton Halls with the gloves. 2 fielders out in the deep. Fine leg and third man. Kevis John is down at fine leg. Swinging in a loud appeal, but getting the ball to move around here is Dejon Charles as they come through for a leg by. Signaled by umpire Gaskin, who is at the southern end, the main road end. Have a look at this ball swing here. Despite the fact he struck in front, but it's swinging down the leg side. And he was swinging away Leonardo Julian. Couldn't catch up with it. The ball doing too much. So they've decided, and it makes sense, to put the man out a deep square leg because of the amount of movement he is getting. So Kwame Mohammed is the man who drops back. In fact, the right-handed Mason on strike. So he's going to backward square, the backward point on the boundary, and Kevis is at a wide third man. And the fine leg is in the ring coming off the boundary. Pulling in the air, it's on the top portion of the bat, but it's going to land safely. Dexter Sween can't get to it. A little bit of extra bounce from Dejon Charles. Pace as well. And Mason trying to tug it across the line. Comes off the top of the bat. Landing safely, luckily for him. Quick single. So man Jeremy Arahu coming into the lineup for the Barataria ball players. He is in the lineup at the expense of Matthias Ramdullah, who misses out. This is off the outer, the top portion of the bat. It's going down to Kevis John, who is diving away on the boundary edge. Didn't have much room to try and knock that one down. It raced across the outfield and gone for 4. So Mason now has a boundary. Trying to pull it, coming off the toe end of the bat, off the top edge as well. Kevis John diving away at third man. Can't knock it down. Charles not happy to concede that boundary in such a fashion. It's a good look at the captain, Darren Wilson. He's at an extra cover sitting on the ring on the offside. Short again to Mason, and it's heading down into the boundary, and it's gone for 4. And expensive over from Dejon Charles, back-to-back boundaries, and the keeper couldn't hold on to it. I'm not seeing a signal from umpire Gaskin. And did he get something onto that? 2 overs gone. The score now 20 without loss.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up on? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Without loss, a good start here. That over from Dijon Charles, couple balls off the outside edge. This is Leonardo Julian, however, and he is whipping this into the onside. He'll roll into the boundary, no protection out there at mid-wicket, and that will go for 4. So after a couple boundaries in the last over off of the Dijon Charles over, one off the outside edge from Mason, and then 4 byes conceded as well through the hands of the wicket-keeper Clifton Halls, and another boundary, this time Leonardo Julian. So he smacked a 6 to get off the mark, down to third man, and he's advancing down the track, whipping it onto the onside. 24 without loss. No, he's just rehearsing the shot, talking to himself as he ambles a single down to Sween at mid-on. Didn't quite get it off the middle of the bat. So boundary to start off the over. We've seen a very topsy-turvy game in that first semi-final between Santa Cruz Sports and Northside Future Stars. And it could have gone either way at any point in the game. Was pretty much even until it came down to the final few overs. This one cut in the air and wide of the man, diving away at backward point, Kenrod Williams, the captain. And that was hammered by Keon Mason. Given width outside the Osam. It's a very open stance. And just crunching down to time the ball. Didn't matter if he hit it in the air or on the ground, but he was throwing the bat at it. You see, when you cut hard. He certainly did that. No protection out there. There's a man at deep square leg and one at third man on the boundary. So those are the two fielders in the power play outside of the 30-yard. And in fact, they're going to make a change now. And they're going to drop the man out to the square, sweeping on the offside, bringing up Arahu, who comes into square leg inside the ring. So they're going to focus outside the off stump, Kwame Mohammed, after being struck for 2 boundaries in that area. He's given width again, but not getting across is Mason. The feet not moving really, just that front foot straight down the track. Can't get any bat onto it. Mason has had scores of 19, 37 and 27 so far in the tournament. One game rained out against Boogmalatras. Had a number of games abandoned due to a wet outfield in the preliminary rounds. This one he's hitting down the ground, chipping it in the air. Sween can't get a wrong. It's going to trickle into the boundary. Didn't quite time it as he would like, but the placement is what was important. And got it between mid-on and mid-off. 3 4s in the over so far. Just getting under it with a straight bat. That was important. And the finish with the shot ensured that it went straight. So under some pressure now, the Barataria ball players. You're going to get a single here, and it's going to have to hurry, but can't pick up the ball. That is Clifton Hall there. We'll have to confirm who has the gloves in his place. T4 without loss after 3 overs.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for you.
Back here, 34 without loss after 3. We just confirmed it. that the new man into the team is Sheldon Thomas, and he has the gloves instead of Clifton Halls for this game. Similar we saw with Glenora Sports Club, that Leonardo Julian took the gloves off to come on and bowl, and Randy Baliram took it in his place. One of the games, in fact, Baliram kept for all of it, and Julian was in the outfield. Bit of a delay here. We've seen a number of delays in these games because batsmen changing helmets for caps, and at most times they decided to do that when the bowler is already almost ready to bowl. So you can see the bowler waiting, the field is set, and then they decide to take the helmets off. And the umpires are going to have to look at this very closely, but the teams as well, because they are being penalized for slow over rates, and the penalty being a fielding restriction for the final over of just 4 overs inside. We've seen innings go beyond 2 hours. In fact, this game also starting late because of that. First game running over. This one, Mason, he doesn't have to run. Well, he's not running, but it's plugging in the outfield. And slipping in the outfield as well is Araho. But Wilson backing him up as he went past it, Jeremy Araho. Soft on the footing out there on the close to the boundary edge in certain parts of the ground. And Mason was not running. He thought it was going to go all the way. But they're going to have to learn very quickly that it is soft on the boundary edges. And just 1 run in the end. Should have been an easy 2. Von Brong, the off spinner. He is on. So he replaces Dijon Charles, and we've seen this repeatedly from the Barataria ball players. This one is tugged into the onside. This is going to go all the way. Put away. It's angling into the pads, down the leg side. And Von Brong will want to stay off of the pads of Leonardo Julian. There's nobody behind square on the boundary. And even though it's a faster delivery, Leonardo Julian was quick to measure it up very early. Badly lined down the leg side. And you want to stay out of there on the hole, because if he doesn't get any contact on it, it'll be signal out wide. And in fact, that ball has gone all the way to the back car park behind the stadium here in Diego Martin. Mohammed retrieves the ball. So another small break in play. And there you see umpire Gaskin on the radio to the third umpire as they were almost set to bring out the box of balls again. So they now have boxes of balls in a bigger box, because the ball has been disappearing to all parts of the ground and beyond. Once it goes into the bushes on the north end, it's almost certain you're not going to get it back. Brong, loud appeal, and umpire Gaskin is not having it, saying that it's heading down the leg side. You were also struck on the right pad, and the leg was also on the move down the leg side. That one missing leg stump, and missing out on an opportunity to score again down the leg side. Leonardo Julian. Again, he's on the pads, diving away at square leg. Makes the stop, gets the throw off as well, but he certainly saved 4 runs there. Backward square. Kwame Mohammed, the opening fast bowler, getting low down to make the save. Had to use every inch of his reach. To his credit, got the throw off as well, albeit wide, but got the throw off. Just to put it in the minds of the batsmen that you can recover quickly if you think you can sneak a single. And this time, again, he's down the leg side, and it's going to be 4, and it might just be 4 wides. It is. And coming on to replace Dijon Charles, who went for 7 runs. It's not a good start here by Von Brong. And you understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to be tight into middle and leg. But with that angle, he's just pushing it down the leg side. He's not offering any flight on the delivery either. So with the pace of the delivery, once it goes past the wicket keeper, it's going to be very difficult to pull it back. Even with the pace of Kevis John at short third man, it's a much better line. That's where he's trying to deliver it. So a single, a six, 2 dot balls. And those dot balls were balls that were angled into the pads. And then 4 wides down the leg side. So it's the first delivery that we've seen to the left-handed Julian that is looking to get the batsman playing through the offside. The right-hander comes on Mason. With outside the off stump. To finish off the over. Expensive over from Brong. His first over gone for 13. It's already 47 on the board without loss after 4.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Welcome back. Keon Mason is on 16. And already a steep gradient here on the graph indicating the run rate for the Glenora Sports Club being inserted into bat. Barataria ball players winning the toss, and the captain Darren Williams, no hesitation, putting them in. So it's a change of ends, and we've seen this as well. Now Dejon Charles starts, last couple games, started at one end, bowled just a 1 over, and decided that he wanted to change ends. In the last game they played, he did it from opposite ends. So he's coming back into the attack now to replace Kwame Mohammed, whose 2 overs have gone for 21. He was hit for 3 fours in his second over. The captain probably having no choice but to bring back Charles. He wants to save some of his overs for the death. Bit of a stutter step there, but he's in. Round the wicket, and Julian is hammering this down the ground. It races across the outfield. He's in a no-nonsense mood, is Leonardo Julian. He's already hit 2 sixes and now his second 4. And even with the ball seam up, swinging into him, he just pushes it past Kevis John. Gets the timing as well. Bottom hand coming in a bit, lifting it slightly. And a boundary in the over to start. It's a better comeback delivery. Keeper Thomas not collecting cleanly. Julian is on to 23. That boundary brings up to 50. So they go on to 51 without loss. Mason is on 16 off of 11. So this signals a good start for the Glenora Sports Club. And they're coming for a single, and Mason doesn't want to come. Julian is charging down with both hands outstretched, telling him, why aren't you running? So despite the fact it was pushed to the fielder, but it was traveling slowly toward him. So an easy single in the end. The very experienced Dejon Charles have to use all of his wit for these final 3 overs. Bowler's just leaking runs at the moment. Backward square and a third man of the 2 fielders out in the deep. And there's a ring of 4 on the offside. Long off long on, sitting on the ring. Pulls it into the onside. There's work here for Araho, but it's slowing up in the outfield. Just a 1. Hitting over the head. It's going to be a chase onto the boundary, and I think the ball is going to win. And it does, in fact, get into the boundary. Another boundary in the over. Leonardo Julian just accelerating even further. He's not allowing the bowlers to bowl at him. He's going after them. And even Dejon Charles is not spared. One ball to finish off the over. It's already gone for 10. And the man is out there at fine leg. To finish off 5 overs, 1 over to come in the power play, and the 57 without loss. Leonardo Julian on 29 and Mason not out on 17.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Oh. Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Welcome back. You have a look at the scorecard. Very healthy run rate, over 10 runs on over 10.8 in fact. Leonardo Julian moonlighting at the top of the order for Glenora Sports Club and enjoying his time out there in the middle with both bat. And I'm sure he'll be eager to take the ball when they get in the field. It's going to be a bowling change. And ringing in the changes now. Just a 1 over from Vaughan Brong. That was really expensive. And Mr. Peters in discussions with the captain, Kenroy Williams. I just expect to see him coming at number 4. And Mikel Govaya could very well come in 1 down again. In their 3 games, Glenora Sports Club, and they've chased down totals in quick time against Shannon. Got to 148 for just a loss of 2 wickets to emerge victorious, and then posted 178 to defeat Northside, who only could muster up 151. And then they defeated Savannah Boys, chasing down 134. Sween starts with a good delivery, tucking up Julian. Good length as well. Can't get the single. Dexter Sween, the all-rounder, has played a number of T20 tournaments. There's a look at Kyle Ramdu from the north side. Future Stars team. He is one for the future. Not sure why he's passing near the duck man. He doesn't score too many ducks, Kyle Ramdu. Given width and length as well. Lifted over. That's gone all the way for 6 over extra cover. And Sween airing on the full side. And not needing a second invitation, Leonardo Julian. Width and length. And getting distance off the bat. This is third 6 of the innings. Leonardo Julian to go with his 3 4s. $35 off of 20. The total now on to 64 without loss. And this time he's pulling it down and just over the head of Arahu at long on. Goes all the way for a KFC maximum. And that one just sat up and asked to be hit. Can't quite find the length and the line that he had for the dot delivery earlier in the over. And too much width again on offer from Sween. And Julian is not going to be deterred by fielders out in the deep. He knows he can clear them. A couple changes in the Glenora team. Brandon Ramsumir comes into the team. And Jerome Durrell. So Richard Sukram misses out from the last game. And Dayan and Patrick comes into the team as well, the leg spinner. And he's just dabbing it down past third man. He's just toying with the opposition now. And that will go into the boundary as well. Von Brong had no chance to cut that one out. It was between the wicketkeeper and him, bisecting it perfectly. Again, angling across from Sween and given room. Exploiting it is Julian. It wasn't as wide as the previous delivery that he hit for 6. So this time he just opted to open the bat face and guide it down for 4. 16 runs in the over off of the first 4 deliveries. Steps across. This one is high up in the air. And settling under it is the fielder. It looks like Jeremy Arahu. And that's an excellently judged catch. In the night sky, Jeremy Arahu takes the catch. At mid-on, Leonardo Julian, he's been given a send-off by Dexter Sween. And why not? Celebrating the wicket of Leonardo Julian. He was hitting it to all parts of the ground. And 74 runs on the board. Final over of power play. Julian trying to go big again. He stepped across and got too much under it. And there's Arahu. He went high up into the night sky. These are difficult catches to judge. But didn't he do it perfectly? So the first wicket falls, 1 for 74, with 1 delivery to come. 1 delivery left in the power play. This team from Glenora just littered with superstars. Via a CPL winner last year. So Barataria ball players pulling back 1. And Dexter Sween enjoying that dismissal of Leonardo Julian. But not after he's been hit for 16 runs. Projected total 254. Short delivery from Sween. Can't get off the mark. And it'll finish off 6 overs. That's the end of the power play. 74 for 1. Leonardo Julian gone for 45 off 23. Keon Mason is not out on 17. And Govaya, just the 1 delivery he's faced, yet to score.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here
to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
So power play gone. And the projected score of 247. And yet again we see another delay here. The bowler is at the top of his mark. And the batsmen have decided to come off the field to exchange their helmets for their caps. So there'll be another delay here. We already had a late start to this game. Carl Vialva, as soon as the power play is over, he's coming into the attack. He's having a good tournament, is Vialva. He's been very economical. Mason has other ideas. He's on 17 off 12. And this is off the outside edge. He's trying to cut, and he's cutting hard, but gets the outside edge. Brown can't catch up to it. It's going to be another boundary in the innings. 4 more, 78 for 1. And Mason taking over from where Leonardo Julian has left off, but this time off the outside edge, not off the middle of the bat. And once it goes past, when you swing hard like that, it's very difficult for any fielder to catch up to it. But you could see Vaughan there putting in the effort, Vaughan Brown. Can't retrieve it. Could only retrieve it after it went over the boundary. Fiala strikes him on the pad, not out, says the umpire, and they get a leg by. Have a look at that again. Seemed to be heading down the leg side. Was struck in front. The off spinner Vialva maybe just heading down the leg side. Smacked right into the Glenora Sports Club skins on the pads. Making an adjustment, just tweaking the field a bit for Govaya. Yet to get off the mark. Just one delivery is faced. Short and tries to cut. And too much bat speed on that occasion. Ball goes to Wilson. Extra cover. Couldn't get it in the gap down to deep cover. Marlon Phillips is moving to his right, just about 10 yards on deep mid-wicket boundary. And he's playing it off the back foot. Wilson is there. Good throw. A direct hit. Could have been close. Mason the slower of the two. But then when you're running with Mikel Govaya, you usually end up second in that race. He's pushing it off the back foot, and a little bit of work here for Wilson to do. Gets to it quickly, and have a look at Mason here. He's looking at the ball. And there's no need to be looking at the ball. Mason is cutting. Wilson is in the way again, the captain. You don't need to be looking at the ball. You know what the fielder is going to do. Your job is to get to the other end. Looking across just slows you down in your running. 80 for 1. Trying to pull it into the onside. Again strikes the pad. The end of the Vialva over. 7 overs gone, 80 for 1. Mason on 21 and Govaya just off the mark with 1.
Blue Water's posse identified! Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or house, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
Welcome back. 7 overs gone. And the projected total now dropping a bit. The current run rate 11.43. Captain Williams indicated that they want to try and get close to 200. Well, they're currently projected to be over that. When Julian was at the crease, it was close to 250, between 250 and 240. Julian is gone for 45 with 4 sixes and 4 fours. Mason not out on 21. And a lot would be expected from Mikel Govaya here. But he's up against one of his former teammates, one of former practice buddies, that of Dexter Sween. He's getting another over here, Sween. And that is a lifting delivery. Well negotiated. Brong again is chasing it down. Vialva helps him out. Sharp rising delivery there from Sween. Doesn't give you too many deliveries pitched up to the bat. It's anything but a casual stroll around the ground. Tonight's game between these two champion teams, Glenora Sports Club and Barataria ball players. A couple of the villagers just stopping along their route home to have a look at the game. Pull, attempt at a pull shot, another lifting delivery from Sween. Is going to be signal 1 for the over by umpire Gaskin, confirmed from the square leg umpire Komabach. It's a good short rising delivery. And they're trying to play a pull shot just over the height of the shoulder. And getting good lift on this pitch. It has to be said the pitch has played quite well. We're all the way to the end of the tournament now. With just one game to come to finals. And he's played on. Trying to outfox Sween is Mason. And Sween gets his second wicket off the inside edge, bowled. He was trying to do a la Sir Vivian Richards and take the right leg outside the leg stump to try and con the bowler that he was going to back away. And it destabilized his own balance there, and he couldn't come back in time to get the bat behind the line of the delivery. And Mason now has to go for 21, so they've lost both their openers now. And Dexter Sween has another wicket. 4 fours in that 21. There's he just putting the back leg. He's chopped it onto his middle stump. Sween is not having it. He's too experienced. Dexter Sween picks up his second wicket. 2 for 17 he has. And the captain is out there now in the 8th over. And a healthy total of 81. You want to build a partnership here with Mikel Govaya. In their last game, they stumbled a bit after good scores from Julian and Mason at the top. Govaya was out for 3, and Kenroy Williams was trying to lift the delivery over deep cover, was caught on the boundary for 2. So they stumbled a bit. Joshua Clark went for 14. It was Andy Alexander and Franklin Roos who got them home against the Savannah Boys to be in this semi-final match. Alexander made 7 not out and Franklin Roos 23 not out to see their team home against Savannah Boys yesterday. Luke Ali and company. And Kenroy gets off the mark. Kenroy Williams, the captain. That game, Glenroy Sports Club defeated Savannah Boys. And Leonardo Julian had a good partnership with Keon Mason in that game. Interesting in that game, Jesse Bhutan was brought in for Savannah Boys. Didn't trouble the scorers too much. Sween is going to continue on here. Bhutan came into the lineup with the missing Adrian Ali. They missed his services. He got 48 runs in the game against Shannon Adrian Ali and had to be changed in the squad. Jesse Bhutan came in and scored 16. And Luke Ali made 42. And Naresh Prasad opened the batting with Luke Ali in place of Tishon Castro, who was not in the lineup. He made 21, Prasad. This one turned in the air on the onside, but the fielder is John is all the way out at mid-wicket, but so fast is Kevis John that he restricts them to a single. 8 overs gone, 83 for 2. Williams on 1 and Govaya on 3.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back. There's a shot of the Diego Martin Main Road. The wickets in this North Zone T20 festival, modes of dismissal, and the bulk of them out court. And no catches being taken out there in the road. Quite a number of balls have been smashed over the fence into that roadway. Most of them off of the bat of Dijon Charles, who is leading in terms of 6 hitting in the tournament. Vialva has been quite economical in the tournament. The spinner goes past the outside edge of Govaya. A new wicket keeper for Barataria ball players has the gloves. Sheldon Thomas taking over from Clifton Halls. Very tight indeed is Vialva. Changes of pace, changes in line. Govaya is looking to the onside now because he realizes that he's going to have to try and score some runs here. He's faced 8 deliveries on 3. Just stabs it down. And Dijon Charles is the man who can't get it in his grasp. He's not given anything on the pads yet, Govaya. I'm not sure he's going to get too many of those. He's going to have to try and fetch it into the onside if that is his intention. Trying to score in that direction. Kenroy Williams, on the other hand, much more classical batsman. The Jamaican. Been playing for Glenora for a number of years. Just full of class, this young man. Not to mention oozing with ability as well, the all-rounder. Bowls a leg spin. And you'll see a lot of this. We've gone past the power play that Williams is just going to work the ball into gaps unless he gets a bad delivery. Just a hand strike back to Govaya. Keep the scoreboard ticking. And Govaya returns the favor. The field quite spread. Now it's going to go for 4. In fact, Sween didn't pick it up at all. It should have been an easy single. Should have been able to cut it off. But seems as though he didn't pick it up at all. It was just a casual push. And it's all the way to the left of Sween. Extra cover couldn't get around Wilson. Sween didn't think that he would have to do that bit of chasing. Started off late and then couldn't get there. It's a bit of a gift to Govaya. 4 runs off the Vialva delivery. He will not be happy at all. Wilson is sitting right on the 30-yard ring. On the onside this time. Kenroy runs hard for the first one. It's just going to be 1. Mohammed is off the boundary to do the fielding. So it's the end of 9. Fortuitous boundary in that over. And 90 for 2 after 9.
Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party pussy water, working pussy water, school children they water. Blue water spray, fitness pussy water, the office pussy water.
Members of the TKR team there just enjoying a drink of blue waters. So they go through their training session for the TKR. Just concluded CPL. There's a look at the boundary hitters. 17 sixes to Dijon Charles, 19 fours from Leonardo Julian, who also has 10 sixes. And Craig Ikwe, 16 fours and 10 sixes. Kyle Ramdo with 11 sixes. Luke Ali, 16 fours as well. The Trinidad and Tobago on a 19 player. Will captain for the Presentation College Shogunas team come January. captain has the ball in hand now to bowl the 10th over. So many times we've seen a new bowler being introduced just before the drinks interval. See how this one turns out. It's driven out and it's gone for 4. The man on the boundary had no chance and Sween couldn't get across from extra cover. Now the extra cover, as in the last over, is sitting on the ring. Traditionally he would be in line with the crease closer to the stumps and that ball would have been directly in his line to be able to stop it, but because he's pushed back, he's a bit wider. Charles gets hit out to cover this time. Arahu is there quickly. Gets the throw in and just 1. So many times we've seen a bowling change and it's not gone too good for the bowler coming in because you really have to be. And we're going to have another break here because the helmet is being called for in the middle of the over with 4 deliveries to go before the drinks break. But they did it again in the last over, took the helmets off, went off the ground. And I think they thought that Wilson was going to be bowling spin, but he's pushing the ball through. And Kenroy Williams doesn't want to take any chances, and that's understandable. He's off a short run, Wilson, so he probably thought he was going to bowl spin. But even with the spinners on, some batsmen tend to prefer to keep the helmet on. So that's just delayed us by a minute or so. 4 deliveries to come before drinks. Short. And cut away. Arahu's going to do well to retrieve this. He tumbles away. Very agile is Jeremy Arahu. And knocks it down and saves 2. That type of agility. We haven't seen too many fielders throw their body around square of the wicket. He certainly did on that occasion. Jeremy's quite the golfer. Sub 20 handicap. Doing quite well on the boundary edge. Williams is this time chipping it down over the head of a ducking Govaya. Out to Charles down the ground. As they inch closer to 100 in the 10 overs. It'll represent a very good start for Glenora Sports Club. So far this over, going for 8 runs with 2 deliveries still to come. Not quite sure. Haven't seen Williams bowl too often in the tournament. Off the inside edge. And Thomas has a shy. Williams is home. And perhaps that is why Williams is into the attack, to produce those variations in pace. That one fractionally slower. Govaya trying to throw the kitchen sink at it. Comes off the inside edge. One delivery to come before the Blue Waters drinks break. Wide of the crease, and it's a full toss. And a diving Wilson can't prevent the single. That will bring up the 100 for the Glenora Sports Club, who were inserted into bat with Barataria ball players winning the toss and opting to bowl first. After 10 overs, it's 100 for 2. Leonardo Julian out on 4. Mason out for 20. Julian out rather for 45. And Keon Mason, he has gone out bowl off the inside edge for 21. Mikel Govaya is out there with Kenroy Williams, 15 and 6 respectively. 13 extras in this total. We'll take a drinks break and be right back as soon as play resumes.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Welcome back. 100 runs on the board for the Glenora Sports Club. Being inserted into bat in this semi-final encounter against the Barataria ball players. It's all to play for. The prize is a finals spot tomorrow at 7 p.m. against the Northside Future Stars. They were locked in battle earlier on against Santa Cruz Sports Club. Came out on top. Villalva is going to continue. His first over was quite good. His second over a bit expensive. He's conceded 12 runs so far in his 2 overs, but struck for a boundary in his last over. Full toss. Williams continues just to hand over a strike to Govaya. 2 boundaries for Govaya so far. Flirting with danger there. He's trying to dab it down, but got a little bit of turn. Villalva and the open bat face, just going close to the inside edge. Almost chopped it on. So Mason chopped one on off of Sween. A little bit of turn there, and it was quick as well. Yes, it did keep a bit low there, Govaya. He's hitting this one in the air. And it's gone all the way for 6. He thought he was in with a chance there, Villalva. The trajectory of it is what was interesting him with the 2 fielders out in the deep. And did he come into the picture? No, it was over his head. Even if he was in line. Getting under it, but he kept his head down there, Govaya. And that was important in the execution of that boundary. 107 for 2. Goes on to 21. He's chipping in the air on the onside. The fielder's out there, diving forward and misjudged perhaps. It's gone for 4. And it looks like Arahu, he was coming in for the catch. Thought it was coming to him. Realizing it wasn't gonna get to him. And then lunging forward. And went for the catch. Couldn't get his body as a second line of defense. Just to knock it down. But you have to applaud the effort after the misjudgment earlier. But chipped in the air from Govaya. I didn't think he thought it would have gone that far so quickly. And he's looking at him in the onside there. Just to suggest that might have miscalculated. Next time he might just go all the way. Very interesting. Phillips and Araho are very close together at mid-wicket and forward of square. And he goes down the ground this time, and that is gone. That has gone into the bushes. into the countryside, smoked out of the ground. Second 6 of the over, and fully in control this time is Govaya. No half measures from him. After clipping that one just now, just to the fielder, decides he's not going to hold back, particularly when it comes to going down the ground. He's eyeing up the mango tree in the back, and he's cleared the mango tree. That ball has gone. The umpire is going to come out with a box of balls. And 2 sixes in the over, 117 for 2. Govaya races on to 31 off 18. They now have a box of boxes of balls. We've lost quite a few of those. Umpire Gaskin is just smiling. He's probably telling umpire, come on, Battery, might just need a few more of those. Try to keep the ball at your end. Current run rate 10.8. One delivery to come in the Villalba over. He's gone for 17 runs. And he has been one of their most economical bowlers. So the 6 bowlers used. We've gone past the drinks break. Mohammed has 2 more. He's conceded 21. Dijon Charles has conceded 18 in his 2. Brong is 13 off of his 1 over. Villalba to finish off his 3rd over here. Drags back the length. And could come back for 2. As Wilson can't cut off the single. Doesn't get anything onto it. Diving across. He was wide on the ring. And had a lot of ground to make up. Couldn't prevent the second. After 11, it's a 119 for 2.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back. Have a look at the bar graph. 2 overs going over 15 runs. Just one run shy of 20. And the towers being erected here by the Glenora Sports Club. Good signs. Nice healthy signs for them to post a big total. It's projected over 200 still since the start of the innings. Firstly with Leonardo Julian, who made it to 45. 5 runs short of what have been another half century, but it's its 3rd score in the 40s for Julian. Captain with his helmet on for Darren Wilson. He's trying to be a bit deceptive with his pace. Looking to vary it. Just handing the strike yet again to Govaya, who's motoring on now. Need a big score from him. Hasn't got a 50 yet in the tournament, Mikel Govaya. And the captain of the Barataria ball players is trying to deny him that. He's looking around, down the ground. And he has a long off, a deep extra cover, as well as a deep cover. That man will come into frame now. Straight to him, Sween. Interesting field placing. Because he's not offering pace, and he's looking to pitch full or drag the length back a bit outside the off stump, he's just put an additional man in that area, in front of cover. Chipping down the track. Lifting it in the air. He hasn't gotten all of this. It's in the night sky. And a comfortable catch for Kwame Mohammed. Kenroy Williams advancing down the track. He no longer was satisfied with handing strike back to Govaya. And Darren, captain against captain, Darren Wilson picks up the captain of the Glenora Sports Club. He was leg side of it as he advanced down the track, perhaps pulling away too much with the line that Wilson has been bowling wide outside the off stump. He went down the track might have been better advised to go straight down the track to get the ball leg side of him rather than wide outside the off stump. Comes off the toe end of the bat. And the captain, he's gone for 8. Warrior-like fashion, ties his head. The new batsman looks like Franklin Roos. Coming out to bat now. Getting ready to do battle. Have a look at the top of the bat handle there. See a lot of players like to put that notch at the top of the bat handle so the ball doesn't, it locks on the wrist, on the top hand. So it's a firmer grip. Might have a bit of a extra bit of rubber on the bottom part of the bat as well to give him that type of springy, leafy action when he looks to go big down tongue. Had a very invaluable knock of 23 off of 25 deliveries in that game against Savannah Boys to knock out the Savannah Boys team. It was a low score they were chasing as Savannah Boys posted 134 for 9, and they were going quite well. A recovery was being put on between Luke Ali and Rivaldo Ram Logan. He struck 34 off of just about 14 deliveries, and he had to retire hurt. He fell ill during the course of his innings. He was taken to hospital, and we haven't had an update on his situation, but we do wish the former Trinidad and Tobago and the Marching Patriots player, do wish him well and a speedy recovery. But the impetus to the innings that he was adding just fell away. Luke Ali top scored with 42 in that total of 134 for 9, and they struggled a bit to chase it down. They only got there with 4 balls into the 19th over. Because they lost wickets in the middle part of the game, Kenroy Williams went for 2 and Joshua Clark for 14. Promoted up the order is Roos after that knock. Spanks it out to Arahu at cover. And he looked in, he started off a bit scratchy yesterday, and day before, or Thursday rather. But once he got settled, he understood what the task at hand was. It wasn't too much boundary hitting, but just to get his team over the line, and they did it comfortably with singles and 2s, coming down in the last end of the game with Andy Alexander getting to 7 not out. Short and wide, no pace on it. And it's gone into the boundary. Now there are 3 fielders, they're looking at each other, Sween and Mohammed. The captain is not happy as he's looking at both of them, because Sween didn't move. Mohammed seemed to leave it for Sween, and he just slapped it between the 2. Have a look at that. It wasn't too far from Sween, and neither could get onto it. There's no extra cover in place. See Mohammed just coming around looking at Sween, who really didn't move. And Govaya will gladly accept the boundary as he goes on to 38 off of 21. And he's hitting it in the air, comes off the outside edge, over the head of Marlon Phillip, and only just at backward point. And it'll be another boundary in the over. Govaya is really racing along now. He goes on to 42, just off the outside edge, not in total control this time, but just over the head of Phillips, who's on the 30-yard ring. And he wasn't really walking in, because he wants to stay on the edge of the ring, but that one just over his head. And Govaya looking to anchor down here and prop up this Glenora Sports Club effort in this innings. 130 for 3 after 12.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
Welcome back. 130 for 3 after 12. Projected total still over 200. And the 2 overs from the captain. Gone for 21. Couple of boundaries in that over. He would not be happy at the back end of that over. Picked up the wicket of the captain, Kenroy Williams, his opposing captain, in that over. And he was hit through extra cover. And despite the 3 fielders out from long off to cover, Still went for 4, and then one just over the head at backward point of Philip. Gone for 4. Kwame Mohammed is back into the attack, the opening fast bowler, to try and dislodge Franklin Rose, who's just got to the crease. Played a confident shot off the back foot, timed it well to get off the mark. Again, he's dabbing it down. They can't get the run. Dijon Charles is there. Govaya just indicating to Roos, pointing out to the mid-wicket area where the man is stationed behind the umpire on the boundary. It's down the leg side. It's an appeal, but the umpire was already signaling wide, bat. Mohammed is not happy at all. He's gone all the way on his follow-through to the batsman, turning around to appeal, and he's walking across to Charles at point. He's not happy at all that that was called a wide. He won for 3 in the 13th over. Over 10 runs and over the run rate. It's a good shot here, but he's fallen down. He's tumbled over Franklin, and they've made a mess of it. He's hobbling down, and he's done himself an injury here. He played it out to Charles at point, took off for the single, and then tumbled over. And he's gone down in a heap. The opportunity for the run out. The throw went to the keeper. There was no batsman at the non-striker's end, as Govaya had already gone down, was diving into the crease at the keeper's end. And he's in some difficulty here, Franklin Roos. The physio is going to come onto the field. He's clutching that knee, or behind the knee. You'll have a look at it here. Played out, took off for the single. Charles picked up, and was almost a suicide run. Govaya was diving in. The wicketkeeper dropped the ball, with one player diving in and the other one down in the middle of the pitch. Got to his feet and struggled to get to the non-striker's end. And an easy opportunity for a run out. And the chances gone a begging. 132 for 3. 12.2 overs gone. Physio is on the field. Govaya on 42. And Franklin Roos will update you when we come back as to his situation.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray.
So not so good news for Franklin Roos. He's leaving the field. His pad is off. The physio has the pad in her hands. And Joshua Clark is making his way out to bat. So one of the match winners from the last game, he's gone. He just pegged back a bit in the innings. 3 wickets down. But is still projecting to over 200. So even more responsibility on the shoulders of Mikel Govaya. He's on 42. And lucky though that they didn't get a run out, because Govaya himself could have been run out with that throw that went to the keeper's end. Govaya was diving in and the keeper dropped the ball. And Franklin Roos was in the middle of the pitch on the ground. And he couldn't gather to get it down to the non-strikers in time as Roos got up and hobbled down to the non-strikers then to save his wicket. Mohammed to continue on in the over, and it's chipped straight to the man, Marlon Phillips. Out at long off. Not what you wanted to have happened. And Govaya is down on his haunches because he understands that dismissal, how big a blow that is for his team. And he was going quite well for 42. Increased responsibility on his shoulders with Franklin Roos going off injured. And the very next ball, he's tried to strike it over the head, but it's straight to the man, Marlon Phillips. And a simple dismissal. And for the player of the caliber of Govaya, he is disappointed in himself. He knows how valuable an innings he had to play. He's just annoyed there. You can see the reaction from him as he makes his way off the field. Because what it would mean is that 2 new batsmen will be out in the middle. Randy Baliram walking out to join Joshua Clark. And both batsmen would be yet to score. So being pegged back here. And they would be hoping that Franklin Roos can make it back out to the middle at some point in the innings. If another wicket falls, they're going to have to work on him in the dugout. Ice up that knee, put a bandage on. They do have a lot of substitute fielders to take his place when it's time to field. He wasn't bowled in the tournament either. Missed out on a couple games. So Kwame Mohammed has a wicket now. It's in his 3rd over. And they're looking to change the field around. And again, the batsman is ready. And they're not ready in their fielding position. So we'll have to wait even longer, delaying the game. The fielder should have been in place when the batsman came out to bat. Fielding off his bowling. Tall, lanky figure of Kwame Mohammed. Springs in the air to knock it down. One, 3, 2 for 4. This over. Just pulling things back for the Barataria ball players. Down the leg side. Apologizes immediately. Mohammed. Just getting a team in the ascendancy. You don't want to give away runs. And what that means as well is you're going to have an additional delivery to complete the over. So when it could have been just 1 delivery to come in the 13th, he's going to have to bowl 2 now. Steps across, struck on the pad. Have to wait for the umpire to see if there was any bat onto pad. No, he signals leg by. Perhaps heading down the leg side. Half shout from Mohammed. With that wide, here comes the additional delivery. So often we see the additional delivery going for a boundary. But Mohammed will have two new batsmen out there in the middle, yet to get off the mark to bowl at. Clark comes into strike. Diving across. Tries to knock it down. Mohammed finishes off his third over. 1 for 24. He has 1, 3, 4 for 4 after 13. Both batsmen out in the middle yet to get off the mark.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Leading run scorer in the tournament, Ikrik Queg, 235. Kyle Ramdu, just under him on 209. Leonardo Julian, 178. Ali finished off this tournament with 168. Dejon Charles just under him. Vialva to finish off his fourth over now. An appeal to the umpires, an afterthought. Baliram has dispensed with the helmet. The innings just stagnating a bit here. 5 dot deliveries after the loss of the Govaya wicket. Going to get off the mark here, Baliram. It's not a bad batsman. Has a good setup. Likes to play straight, play down the ground. So evidence there with a straight bat, even though he was pushing it to mid wicket. Fall of wickets. The first one fell with the score on 74 with 1 delivery to come in the power play. Then Mason went right after for 81 the total in the 8th over. And then similarly Kenroy Williams and Mikael Govaya went in close proximity to each other at 121 and 132 runs on the board. And in between that, Franklin Roos hobbled off the field with an injured, was holding the knee area when he went down. Unfortunate not to be run out as well. Govaya could have been run out as well, but he didn't survive too long after that, hitting the very next ball into the hands of Philip at long off. He's trying to pull it, but it goes to backward point. A pull to point from Clark. For the first time, the projected score just drops under 200. I say for the first time, of course, in the first over of the innings. Would not have started at that. They're going to get a run here. So it's the end of Carl Vialva, who's got none for 33 after 4. 14 overs gone, 136 for 4.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray.
Thank all our sponsors, KFC, GMMB, Cans, Poultry and Meats, Black and White Scotch Whiskey, the pub house on the avenue. Look at the wicket takers in the tournament. Sylvan Cummings still stands at the top of the table with 10 wickets. Ramdu is inching up to him on 9. And Pradeep Mali is out of the tournament. Kendall Guerra with 8. And Andrea Medina from the north side. Future Stars in with an opportunity to try and get to the top of the wicket taking leaderboard. Vaughan Brong switches ends. He's now at the northern end for Baliram. Sween is asking the extra cover to come closer in for Baliram, but he stays on the 30-yard ring. But there's a mid-off, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Clark is the man on strike, struck on the pad. So I'll give you the field. Out in the deep. It's a backward square, deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, deep cover. Sween tumbles across, almost landing on the ball. Prevents the run. And in the ring, there's a backward point and short third man, short fine leg. Rahu, who's not left us here next to the sporting complex on the boundary edge. He started the game out here on the boundary rope. And he's been there since the start of the game. He just shifted left and right of that current fielding position. Now becomes deep mid-wicket with the right-handed Baliram on strike. And it's going to shift the fielders around. It's actually an identical field to the left-hander, just a change in personnel with the left-right combination. Rahu starting outside of the boundary as the bowler runs in. Can't quite see where the batsmen are going to get boundaries from. Perhaps they're just biding time until we get into the final 4 overs or so. Faster ball from Vaughan. Likes to dart them in there with a bit of a slingy action. Doesn't put too many revolutions on the ball, particularly in the T20 format. Might get the odd delivery flighted. Again, he darts one into Clark, who chips it down the ground. And we are going to get a boundary here, a much needed boundary in the context of this particular innings. Hit straight down the ground. And Vaughan goes for a boundary. He's not been the most economical of the bowlers, but he's giving pace to that delivery and length. And anytime he's pitched it up, the batsmen are looking to go after the length of the delivery. Dead straight. Just one bounce into the boundary. 142 for 4 after 15.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Shiraz Hamid is the man to see down at GMMB in South Park. The branch manager down there for the last 25 years. Thank you to all our sponsors. Back to live action here. It's going to be a bowling change. And 2 overs from Wilson, 1 for 21. Carl Vialva was brought back for 1 over to complete his spell, none for 33. Sween has 2. Dejon Charles has 2. Kwame Mohammed has 1. with 5 overs to come. So Charles is going to bowl his 3rd over here, and that should be the bowling lineup to finish off the innings in the last 5 overs. Two from Sween, 2 from Charles, and the final over from Mohammed as he's bowled a 3 now. Baliram on 2 of 6 deliveries. He would want to get moving here. Back end of the innings now. Andy Alexander to come still. Daniel Holder, Trinidad and Tobago under 19 opening bowler. Stefan Bissoon, the off spinner. Brandon Ramsumir. This one is down the leg side and wide, signaled by the umpire Gaskin. And Jerome Durrell is in the lineup. Richard Sukram left out. And the man known as Dio, Nigel Patrick, for his leg break deliveries, is in the lineup. Baliram forces a single out to mid-off. .144 for 4. Clark takes guard while the field settles. There's a 3rd man. Phillips is going to go fine at short 3rd man. He's going to adjust as well, the 3rd man to go even finer. Phillips had a very fine backward point, and there's a man at backward point. 3 fielders protecting that region, and a man out on the boundary at cover. And it's hit to the man, tumbling over. Cannot take the catch. Looks like Marlon Phillip there. He was just adjusted to that position. Had to move to his left, and had he stayed where he was, it would have gone straight to him. But he was adjusted, and Clark, cutting in the air, had to move around to his left, got 2 hands to it. In fact, it's Vaughn Brown. He's put it down. So a chance to Clark. Dejon Charles could have picked up a wicket there. It would have been 5 down. They get a single. Clark comes down to have a word to Baliram. Don't know if it's to tell him don't hit a shot like I just did. Field is spread. 4 in the ring. Advancing down the track, lifts it over extra cover. But the ever dependable Arahu is patrolling a deep cover. And limits them to a single. 146 for 4. Baliram 1 to 4 of 8. Both batsmen now looking to push on. So fighting back here, the Barataria ball players picking up 4 wickets. And they're not getting the boundaries. They're going to have to keep doing this, getting singles, rotating the strike. So far, so good in this Dejon Charles over. It's the unmistakable voice of Dio. Down in the dugout, barking out instructions and encouragement as well. He's been a staple in the Glenora Sports Club for many, many years. Recently dug up their pitch, relayed the clay strip out in the Queen's Park Savannah. Got a new matting out there as well. Good shot here. Here in the the shouts of two Bali, but it's only going to be one. So Clark is gonna want to do something different here. So we're trying to close out 16 overs with one delivery to come from Charles. It just can't allow Charles to bowl at them. Charles is not having any of it. Short of a length, lifting, striking Clark on the gloves to finish off the 16th over. He has 1 over left, Dejan Charles, 148 for 4 after 16.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
4 overs to come in the innings. Not forgetting our sponsors, KFC, Cans Poultry and Meats, Presidential Insurance Company, sponsor of the Glenora Sports Club, and a good night to Miss Lisa Jagrup Singh, operations manager across there at Bermudez, supplying those multi-flavored Dixie biscuits, Lions baking powder as well, black and white Scotch whiskey. Of course, Cricket 360 bringing you this production of the North Zone T20 Festival. We're in the final semi-final game. Northside Future Stars have gone through, defeating Santa Cruz Sports. That game, we remind you, at 7 p.m. tomorrow. Kwame Mohammed trying to get into that finals, is back in the ball, advancing down the track, and he struck on the body. Baliram, I'm not quite sure if Kwame Mohammed is the bowler you want to run down the track to. Bit of a diminutive figure. Just struck on the shoulder, tucking him up, not giving him any weight at all. If anything, I'd be looking to sit back and dab it down to third man, or looking to paddle sweep it around the corner with that type of length, because that's the length you're going to get from Mohammed, just short of a length. Might just want to think about ways to score. As you see those specialist T20 players do it at the higher level, looking to paddle it over their shoulder or dab it down to third man, or even a reverse paddle. When bowlers with that type of pace, such as Kwame Mohammed, the pace he possesses, he's not going to pitch up too many so you can hit him down the ground. Steps across, and he's hitting him down the ground. It's gone over the head of Sween at long on. The diminutive Randy Baliram defying the odds, going down the track to Kwame Mohammed, and on this occasion lifts him over long on for 6. Stand tall and deliver, young man. What a strike. It's gone for a KFC maximum, a lot of determination on his face, and he's given a length ball and width outside your stump. He didn't have to advance down the track, and it just sat up, asking to be hit. 6 runs down the ground. That'll bring up the 150, 154 for 4 in the 17th over. And off the inner portion of the bat, they go for 2. Araho is there, and he cannot pick up because they put that additional pressure, running the first one hard, turning and coming for the second. And that is what can happen, putting pressure on the fielders out in the deep. Even the reliable Araho, but he went with one hand to try and pick up to save time. And a cleaner pickup with an accurate throw might have done the job. But this is what you tend to see in the back end of the innings. Batsmen are going to run for everything. They're not going to leave anything out there. 8 runs in the over. Tugging on the onside. Fielder out there, Vialva. And now a hip flick from Baliram. Saw him in the earlier game produce some shots. He looked good, more of a traditional classy batsman, likes to play up and down the line, but the pressure of the T20 pulls out the hip flick. a la Gordon Greenwich. Can't get the boundary, however. One man to beat, backward square. Went straight to him. The field changes around for the left-hander. One delivery to come in the final over of Mohammed's allotment. He's gone for 9 in this final over. Steps down the track is Clark, trying to pull it, and a shy at the stumps from wicketkeeper Thomas. Misses the stumps. The end of 17 overs. An eventful over, 157 for 4, with Randy Baliram going up to 14, striking at 100 now, and Joshua Clark 8 off of 13.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
3 overs to go, and all to play for. The projected total now at 185. The wickets to fall: Leonardo Julian for 45, Keon Mason for 21, Mikael Govaya for 42, Kenroy Williams for 8, and Franklin Roos retired hurt for 2. Joshua Clark is on 8, and Baliram is striking at 100 on 14, accelerating and doing it at the right time, and against Kwame Mohammed, no less, the fast bowler, spanking him over long on for 6. He's facing up now as Sween has 2 left, so he will finish the innings off with the 18th and 20th over from the main road end. He's just a footstep outside the crease, steps across and hammers it out to Arahu at cover. He's lightning fast out there, isn't he? Sliding across, and they come back for 2. A lesser fielder might have gone for 4, but he's quickly across the field is Arahu. He's making that zone his own. And he's inside the boundary as well, looking to attack it and cut off the distance. Sween is calling for some changes here for Baliram. He's bringing in the deep square leg, and he's asking for backward point to drop out. So he wants an additional fielder wide on the offside. So there's a deep cover, deep backward point, short third man, and Wilson is making an adjustment from his position on extra cover. He's just dressing Arahu around to his right a couple paces, widening the gap between him and the man at backward point. Sween is in, and that's why he wanted that fielding. He's appealing for an outside edge. It's not given as a wide. There's an appeal from Sween, and he wants to push the ball wide, which is why he wants the man on the point boundary. Have a close look at this here. Is there anything off the outside edge? He was backing away Baliram and expecting the ball to be on the line of the stumps, but it was pushed wide. Not sure why he was expecting it to be there. Perhaps he thought it was a double bluff from Sween because he pushed the man to backward point. And then he was lunging across to try and reach it. He couldn't. And a dot ball results. Takes a couple additional seconds to settle, does Baliram. He gets a chunk of this. Perhaps connecting too well down to Charles. Long on. It's a big gap through mid-wicket for the right-hander. He's trying to get it in that zone, but couldn't. 160 for 4. We're looking at 182 at this current run rate. It's just dipped under 10 for the last 4 overs or so. Deep mid-wicket now dropping. In fact, square leg is dropping out to the boundary. So there's a deep mid-wicket, backward square on the boundary for the left-handed Clark, who is 2 steps outside of his crease for Sween. Signal wide by the umpire, but he's pulling away Clark and going across him. Can't get any bat onto it. And that's the delivery perhaps he got away with, only because Clark was pulling away, trying to pull it into the onside. Had he stood his ground, wide out, short and wide outside, he could have just tried to tap it over backward point. There's no third man in place. There's a very fine, short third man. And looks like Vaughan at backward point. Wide again, but he picks it up, tugs it into the onside. Mohammed fumbles a bit and they will get 2. So Clark looking to get going. He just applauds the running of Baliram, calling him back for that second run. And he runs another pitch length past the stumps. In fact, he's signaling to the dugout. I think he wants a change of bat. Basanta races out with the bat for a change of bat. The umpire, Kamabach, looks at his watch. He's in conversation with the presiding umpire, Gaskin, who's on the radio now, in communication with the third umpire, Mr. Gee. So they're looking at the clock, and we're just under 2 hours, so they might be okay and might not incur that fielding restriction penalty. The umpire hustles the batsman back into position. Yeah, he's having a word with Sween now. Yeah, and he's telling Sween that they've run out of time. Sween is asking if that is it. Run out of time in terms of when the inning should have ended. So we might just see that fielding restriction being imposed. Short delivery. You're going to get 1. That's all it'll be. Gaskin is again in conversation with Sween. I'm no lip reader, but it will certainly have to be about time. There was a break in play as well when Franklin Russo went down. The umpires are a bit harsh in terms of the clock. The innings has gone long for most of the games, but there have been delays with balls clearing the fence, number of sixes being hit, balls being have to change, and then a couple injuries. One in particular in this game. 1 delivery to come for the 18th over. Pulling in the air, out to mid-wicket. John is there. Hobbles down Baliram. He's not comfortable, Baliram. Something is disturbing him. Might just be his pads. One buckle has gone loose. 18 overs gone, 165 for 4. 18 to Baliram and 11 to Clark.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
So the penalty has been incurred, confirmed over the loudspeakers. Only 4 fielders are going to be allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. So they've gone over time and still 2 overs to be bowled. Hobbling is Baliram. The pads came loose. He doesn't seem too comfortable with the setup, as the pant leg went over the strapping, and then the strapping came loose, perhaps bruising the back of the leg. So he's a bit uncomfortable. There's 2 more overs to face up to. He's on 18, striking at 100. He's still fiddling with his pad. Dejon Charles to complete the innings from this northern end. 19th over in progress now. Steps across. Down on one knee. And just the 1 run. He's hobbling badly, is Baliram. The pad has come undone again. And there'll be another pause. umpire just steps across and instructing that Charles will be coming to the new batsman. First time facing up to Charles is Joshua Clark, who's on 11. Right arm over the wicket is the instruction. Hitting it down the ground. This is a good strike. It's bisected the field. It's under our cameraman there.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC.
Dimitri Ramdani under there. It's gone under him and into the boundary for 4. So Clark now getting in on the action. Slower delivery. Seemed to wait on it. And because of that, he had time to hit it straight back. Four runs in the over. 5 in total. And he's again hitting down the ground, but he doesn't get all of it. Just a 1 run. 171 for 4. So despite losing the wickets of Julian Mason and Govaya, and then Williams and Franklin Roos retired hurt, they're still progressing over 9 runs and over. And Baliram and Clark, this partnership now 39 off of 36 deliveries. Both batsmen getting going at the back end of the innings. Now this time he's guiding it, but he can't beat backward point. Looking to caress it past backward point and get some runs there, because there's a man at short third man, and then a man at point, and nobody else all the way around except Kevis at cover. So could have gotten it in the gap. Would have been a run chase to save 4, particularly with the speed of Charles. He's advancing down the track to Charles now. One delivery to come in the 19th over. Slow approach to the stumps. A good Yorker length delivery dug out by Clark. That single will conclude the 19th over. 173 for 4. Baliram on 20 and Clark on 17.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Final over in the innings for Glenora Sports Club, being inserted into bat by Captain Darren Wilson from the Barataria ball players as he won the toss. And Kenroy Williams wanted to get in the vicinity of 200. Haven't quite gotten there. They got to 178 against Northside to qualify for the semi-final, Glenora Sports Club. 178 for 7 they made. Finished top their group with 3 wins. Sween and his team, Barataria ball players, finished second in their group with 2 wins. Wide outside the off stump. And Clark would want to be aware that he's been given width outside the off stump. He's still trying to hit it down the ground. I'm not asking for him to do a bit of premeditation, but you have to look at the field setting and try and figure out what the bowler is going to be bowling. And use the probability to figure out what might come next and set yourself up for that. Looking to Could look to dab it down to third man. And he hits it over the head of backward square all the way for 6. He was shuffling across outside the off stump to fool Dexter Sween that he wants to reach it and cut it over third man. But it followed the body line. And Clark gets a ball that he can pull away. And he got all of that. Put it away for 6. There you see him shuffling in the crease. Outfoxing the seasoned Dexter Sween. And then getting back into his original position. Gets the delivery he wants and spanks it away all the way for KFC maximum. He goes on to 23. That's his first 6 of the innings. Stepping down this time and he's just swinging. Can't get anything onto it. Losing a bit of shape. Good comeback delivery from Sween. That was another ball that had he stood his ground could again be pulling it into the onside. He's looking in that direction. The man standing beyond the boundary. Both fielders, in fact, starting outside of the boundary rope. And walking in as the bowler is walking into bowl. Sween has a brief conversation with Dijon Charles to try to work out what might be the next best delivery to finish off the innings here in the final over. It's a loud appeal and he's walking. Joshua Clark gets a fine edge through to wicketkeeper Thomas. And he started walking with the appeal from Sween. He's not going to hang around, and a good innings from Clark comes to an end. After he struck his first 6, he's hit 2 boundaries as well. Off of 20 deliveries, just as his strike rate went over 100. He's gone for 23. And that partnership comes to an end. 2 runs short of 50 between himself and the Baliram. Fine edge, tucked up for room. Trying to pull it again into the onside. Loses his wicket. Andy Alexander is coming out to bat. The score now 180 for 5. With 3 deliveries to come in this final over. So Sween, after having been struck for a 6, gets his revenge. Gets the wicket of Joshua Clark. What does Andy Alexander do here? Does he try to get a single to give strike to Baliram? Or does he try to hit this one out of the park? There's only 3 deliveries left. He may not have any options, but what he'll be aware of is the lines and the lengths that he's seen Sween produce in this over. So he knows it's going to be short of a length. There's Charles in conversation again. He's telling him bowl the same thing. Here we go. 1 step down the track and he's pulling into the onside. And has that struck the rope on the full? 6 is being indicated by Arahu and confirmed by umpire Gaskin. Always having a smile on his face, umpire Clive Gaskin. And 6 runs. He goes from ball 1. Sween, after getting that wicket of Clark, 1 step down the track, clears the front leg and swings for the fences. Lands smack on the boundary rope. So he is striking at 600. Andy Alexander. 2 6s in the Sween over, the 19th over. 2 balls to come. And he and Charles again, seems as they've run out of ideas. Just bowl a Yorker. Wide and just swinging himself off his feet almost is Alexander. He thought he would have gotten another short of a length delivery to pull into the onside. But it was across him. And a dot delivery. And with the wide delivery at the start of the over, means that this is going to be the additional delivery. Always in conversation with the experienced Dijon Charles in this over is Sween. And Charles is inside the ring at mid-off, so he doesn't want to pitch up at all. Alexander has to know that. And he's bowled him. He has in fact pitched up, looking for that Yorker length, but no wit outside the off stump on this occasion. Produced a fantastic delivery to finish off the innings. And 186 for 6, they will finish off. In fact, it pitched just between middle and leg, tucking him up in that left-hander's blind spot. Crashes into the stumps. Glenora Sports Club, 186 for 8. That will be the target. The inning started off with Leonardo Julian continuing on showing good form. He got to 45, 4 sixes and 4 fours he hit. Keon Mason smashed 4 fours as well. And Vaughan was in the wars. That one hit out of the ground by Leonardo Julian. The mid-off was up, spanked one down the ground. And this one, the shot of the match, really, inside out, over extra cover. And then smoked one over the head of Arahu. This one he hit high up in the air as he stepped across. Leonardo Julian was out caught. A good catch taken by Arahu. And then Keon Mason played one on. And Mikel Govaya was stroking it quite nicely. 2 sixes, second 6, and 5 fours. That one almost out the ground. Kenroy William tried to copy him, but could hold out, only hold out to Mohammed Adlong off. And Govaya, the very next delivery, put it straight in the hands of Marlon Phillip down the ground. And then it was up to Franklin Roos, and he had to retire hurt. But Baliram, at the back end of the innings, producing the goods. He finishes 20 not out, smacking a 6 down the ground. Took a while to get going, but decided to accelerate. Clark followed him 1-6 over square leg, and then a faint edge through. He was walking back to the pavilion, and 186 for 6. That Dexter Sween over. Again, smacked for 2 sixes until he picked up the final wicket. Andy Alexander out, bowled for 6. 20 overs, 19 extras in those 20 overs. And the total posted by Glenora Sports being inserted into bat, 186 for 6. That's the total that Barataria ball players will have to chase down. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time to bring you the run chase.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pylori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pylori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Welcome back to live action here. Second semi-final in this double-header. Glenora Sports Club being inserted into bat when Barataria ball players won the toss. And the scorecard for Glenora Sports, Leonardo Julian 45 off of 23 at the top of the innings with 4 sixes and 4 fours. Keon Mason 21 off 18 with 4 boundaries. Mikel Govaya, good innings from him off of just 23 deliveries. You expect him to strike over 100. And 5 fours and 2 sixes. Kenroy Williams went for 8. Franklin Roos retired hurt on 2. We'll see if he's out there in the field as the Glenora players have made their way out to the park. We'll just look around and see if we could see if the substitute fielder is on. And I do see Richard Sukram out there. And he is stationed at mid-off, which means that Franklin Roos, he will not be coming out to the middle. Joshua Clark, a good knock from him, partnering with Randy Baliram. The back end of the innings for the last 5 overs or so, he went for 23 off of 21 deliveries with 1 6 and 2 fours. And Baliram, the not-out batsman, on 20 off 21. And the Alexander came out and struck his first ball for 6. And 2 deliveries later, he was out bowled by Sween. A very expensive final over from Dexter Sween that went for 13 runs with 2 sixes but picked up 2 wickets in the over as well. So a run rate of 9.3. Glenora Sports Club as they posted 186 with 19 extras in the inning. 4 byes, 4 leg byes and 11 wides. And to pick up the bowlers, Dexter Sween finished with 4 for 40, 1 for 33 for Kwame Mohammed and 1 wicket to Darren Wilson, the captain, who bowled 2 overs, 1 for 21. Mikel Govaya has the ball in his hand, looking to start off the innings for Glenora Sports Club. And Kevis John has been elevated to the top of the order. So no Clifton Halls. In fact, he's at the non-strike event, Clifton Halls. No Sween at the top of the innings. So they're saving him for lower down. He did come in 1 down in an earlier game, Dexter Sween. And of course, Dijon Charles in the lineup. Could bat either 3 or 4 with John at the top of the order. Loud shout for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Perhaps struck him outside the off stump. Halls comes down and has a word with Kevis John. Struggled a bit with the bat, John. Squirted out for a single and just parried away. But 1 run is all they'll get. So Halls, who's taken the first ball in most of the games, he drops down to position number 2 in the lineup. Kevis John facing up the first deliveries against Govaya. Of course, John would have played with and against Govaya on a number of occasions, so he is well aware of what Govaya can produce. Still have to play each ball on its merit. So the 2 fielders out in the deep, long on, and Mason at deep extra, in fact, long off and deep mid wicket for the left-handed Halls. And just 3 fielders on the onside. Joshua Clark at a short fine leg and Andy Alexander at mid-on. 1 slip in place, the captain Williams. And a loud appeal, and he's gone. Umpire Gaskin sends Clifton Hall on his way. He's gone for no score. This is a big blow to the Barataria ball players. He's one of their main scorers. Govaya drifting in, striking him on the back leg, and couldn't get any bat onto it. And that in swing, that drift into the left-hander from outside the off stump. We've seen it time and time again from off spinners in T20s with this white ball. They go round the wicket, spearing it into middle stump, starting it outside the off stump, getting it to drift into middle, and he's done exactly that. Can either pick up the wicket out, bowled, or LBW. LBW in this case. And the Barataria ball players suffer a huge setback. Clifton Hall goes without scoring in the first over. John Charles coming out to bat sooner than he might have expected. Scores from Halls in previous games: 62 against Santa Cruz, a game which they lost, and they put 190 runs on the board, and then 31 against Combined All Stars, and then 38 not out against Harvard. Charles, who's 350s in the tournament, is in there to bat in the first over. Tries to repeat the delivery Govaya. Very interesting, with just the 3 fielders on the onside and getting it to drift into the left-handers. And the end of the first over, a successful over for Govaya. He did the business with the bat, and now with the ball he's picked up a wicket. So after the first over, it's 1 for 2.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Wicket falling in the first over. And Kevis John, who went out to bat, now has a partner in Dijon Charles. Both batsmen, they've gotten off the mark. And Andy Alexander is going to take the new ball. Typically, we've seen Daniel Holder with the new ball, but not on this occasion. And Alexander typically bowls slower, loopy deliveries, military medium. Likes to stick in a Yorker every now and again, but to the right-handers, predominantly wide outside the off stump. Then you'll get one on the stumps full and dipping into your middle stump. Kevis John will have to be aware of that as he comes in to strike. So no Daniel Holder. And we've grown accustomed because he can't get the ball to swing. We did see Dijon Charles swing the new ball early on. Different prospect here with Alexander. Keeper up to the stumps. Leonardo Julian has the gloves tonight. Might just see him take the gloves off after a few overs and come on to bowl. Got 3 for 17 off of 2.2 overs against Savannah Boys in the back end of the innings. Came on after the drinks break, took the pads off. And he's missed his length here and is hit down the ground by John. It's a full toss. He's searching for that flighted Yorker to dip, but he's bowled it too full, Andy Alexander, and he's hit down the ground. Now he's asking for a field change. He wants the long on. It's Govaya out there. A gift of a full toss, easily put away by John. So Holder and Govaya just having words with each other there. And saw an initial request. Thought the long on would have dropped back on the boundary, but they remained in place. And he's trying to go big and off the toe end of the bat, squirted out. The short fine leg. And no run. Jerome Daniel into the lineup is the man there. Jerome Durrell rather. His first game in the tournament. Now what a time to come into the team. Short and pull. There's a man out there at mid-wicket. And it's the captain. Just lands safely in front of him. Didn't get all of it, Kevis John. Four runs in the over and 3 singles to finish off the second over. It's 8 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition. Embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
So Gavaya to continue. Charles on strike. Easy single down the ground. Loud appeal from Govaya. He's heading down the leg side, trying to pull it around the corner is John. Just wondering, Govaya, did he get across, exposing that leg stump? You could see a piece of the leg stump there. And, could have been a close shot. Might have been struck outside the off stump as well. Chipping it down, and one bounce to Daniel Holder. Faster delivery. Just a single. Man Holder doing the fielding. Might not be too long before we see him into the attack. They just use Andy Alexander for the 1 over. Driving pleasantly, but can't beat the offside. Can't beat extra cover. Kevis. He's tugging across the line, and this will go into the boundary for 4. Gift of the delivery from Govaya, straying in line. He's tried to play this shot a couple times. Kevis John finally gets one away. He goes on to 11, and it's 16 for 1. Hit in the air over the man in the ring behind square, and it's gone away for 4.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
We'll look at the batting card there. Andy Alexander gets another over. There was a short conversation before the start of the over. This one is whipped into the onside. And it goes all the way, got all of it. Dejon Charles, it's a KFC maximum. He picked it up very nonchalantly and deposited it over backward square. It's gone into the bushes. As easy as you like, just picked it up effortlessly. And Alexander, he's been successful in the middle overs, when he could change up his pace, and it's a different prospect with the new ball in your hand to open the bowling, particularly with the likes of Dejon Charles out there in the middle. That one looked too easy for Charles, but his variations in pace, Alexander might just back himself to get Charles to sky one up, mistime it. Changes comes around the wicket. $165 needed in 100 balls. 22 for 1. Both batsmen on 11. It's a slower ball, and again he's just tugging it into the onside, and it smacks into the fencing. And Richard Sukram is the man out there. I might just want to have a look at the ball. Have a look at how easy he just lifts this into the onside. And it's not just 6, it's gone about 20 yards before it hit the fence, 20 yards beyond the boundary, and then hit the fence. Sort of welder working on some houses across there, earlier matches, one in the late in the night. You could perhaps see why. We've seen some big 6s in this tournament. 2 6s in the over, in the 3 balls. Does not release this one. Tries to psych out Charles. Now what would be the thinking of Charles here? Because he's hit 2 6s. Does he just try to get off strike, not try to go too gun-ho? He's already gotten 12 in the over. And he's bowled him. This is what this man can do, and that's why they've given him the new ball. He just comes in, Andy Alexander, and floats up a ball that dips in into the base of middle stump. We've seen it time and time again during the course of this North Zone T20 tournament. And have a look at the celebration out there. Dio is elated, as he should be. That's a big wicket. Dejon Charles, the man they wanted to get out, it didn't seem as though they knew how to get him out, but you got to back one of your main bowlers. We said it at the toss, that despite the fact that Julian, Mason, Govaya at the top of the order, but this man, Andy Alexander, he has been a match winner for the Glenora team. He's breached the defenses, he's drawn him in to the shot. And I was questioning the mindset of Charles after having just hit 2 6s. Would he have wanted to go after another one, or is he going to just try to rotate the strike? He tried to push it down the ground, and it went right between bat and pad, and that's a big wicket gone there. He's gone for 17 off of 9 deliveries, and although he was striking at 189, that is certainly a big blow to the Barataria ball players. And speaking of big, Dexter Sween, a man who can hit some big 6s. Makes his way out into the middle. He has scores of 16 and 17, and those have been better than a runner ball, but he's going to have to play a different type of innings here, because when he came out to bat, he had partners in that of Clifton Hall, who's now gone, as well as Dejon Charles, and they've been batting quite well, attacking bowling, but this is a semi-final match. It's a different prospect, and they've lost 2 wickets. And still need another 159 runs. Kevis John, who was used at the top of the innings, is still there on 11. We'll see what the approach of Dexter Sween is. Andy Alexander, the wicket taker. Short, and he hits a big 6. That is a KFC maximum. We can actually hear it on the roof above us, because it's gone over our heads onto the roof, directly in line with us. And that one is into the car park behind the stadium. Have a look at this one. You could only keep your eyes on it up until it gets to the roof. In fact, it's going higher than that. It's a towering 6. That ball has gone, and it's out of here. On the roof. Might be just behind in the Meritone Spaniard, just to the back of us here in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. We're going to have to get a new ball, and one that has been in a condition hit with 3 6s and 2 4s. So it's still going to be a relatively new ball they're going to have to choose from the box, because we are just 3.5 overs into the innings. 2 overs from Govaya. 1 for 9 he has. Andy Alexander picked up a vital wicket, that of Dejon Charles, for 17, but he's been pretty expensive. There you could see Captain Kenroy Williams, and they're getting a ball out of the wrapping. is it? So it is going to be a brand new ball they're going to get. Because just 3.5 overs old, you're not going to get a replacement ball like that. And some fortunate kid or somebody is going to just find that ball perhaps later on during the week, or it might just be stuck on the roof. It made a sweet song off the bat of Sween, and it might just be in the panyard. 32 for 2, 6.6 dot wicket, and 6 and 1 delivery to come in the Andy Alexander over. He's gone for 18. Chip down the ground has Kevis John ducking and diving away is Govaya coming around from long off. The intercept. The end of the, you want to say successful, Andy Alexander over, but he's hit for 3 sixes, but a big wicket. 35 for 2 after 4.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Welcome back, 35 for 2. And just some sad news coming to our attention. John Pollard, coach of the Trinidad and Tobago National Under-17 team, just passed away. News coming to hand. Of course, out of the Tobago Cricket Association, coach of the Trinidad and Tobago National Under-17 team. He's been a member of zonal committees over the years, has a big hand in the cricketers in Tobago, with big names like Orlando James and Joshua James. So very sad news indeed. Condolences go out to his family and members of the cricketing fraternity who knew him quite well. He's had a hand in molding some of these youngsters. And at the national level, he would have touched the hands of Kevis John and Mikel Govaya, just to name a few, including young Daniel Holder, who is in this team. So very sad news indeed. Interacted with him a few times, John Pollard, from primary school level cricket to zonal cricket to national cricket. He certainly left a rich legacy. Kenry Williams, the captain, the leg spinner, is going to come on against John and Sween out in the middle. And Sween, not quite sure how much of a tempered innings he can play, but when he does get a ball to hit, he can certainly hit it and it'll stay hit. Kenroy doesn't give too much flight on his leg spin deliveries. Can't get the ball to spin appreciably. When he does offer some flight, can bowl the googly delivery as well. Captain of the Glenora Sports Club. The General Secretary of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Mr. Altaf Bash, would have worked quite closely with him over a number of years, from primary school level all the way through to the national level. And the cricketing fraternity has lost a good one. So we're in the 5th over here in the power play. 36 for 2. 2 fielders out at long on and deep mid wicket. 2 right-handers out in the middle. Richard Sukram, the man coming into frame there. We were handed a lineup for the Glenora Sports Club. And 14 ticks were on the page. So we weren't quite sure of the final 11. Kenroy Williams, faster delivery, it's dug into the pitch. And Sween just swings it out of the park. It's gone all the way for KFC maximum. Trying to bowl a change-up delivery here is Kenroy Williams. And it's gone all wrong. It was a previous 6 off of the bowling of Alexander. And he was struck for a couple 6s, Andy Alexander. And Sween continuing on. His second 6, first one off Alexander, now off of Williams. Goes again in the air, and it's next. They're going to come for 2 as Govaya comes around from long off. And they're going to get an overthrow here. They know the backing up is there. They're not going to get it in the end as it ricocheted off of something as the throw came in from Govaya. Coming around from long off. It was hit to the right of Mason and extra cover. He has his hands outstretched now, Mason. Just telling his captain, this is how much space I can cover in this position. Couldn't cover that one. He's just having a word with him, Kenroy Williams, telling him to stay back right on the edge of the ring. Don't walk in. Particularly, it might just be an instruction for when Sween is on strike. He's on to 16 now. 10 runs in the over. And he's hitting it down the ground. Not a man move. Just our cameraman ducking down the ground because it was smashed straight back in the direction of Sachin Mohammed out there at the main road end. So Kenroy Williams being battered about the place, dragging another delivery down. And it's another KFC maximum hit down the ground from Sween. Right in the line of our cameraman, but it landed under him. So that's the end of the first over from Kenroy Williams. It was hit for 16 runs. And in the blink of an eye, Dexter Sween is up to 22 off of 7. John on 12. And after 5, the 50 coming up in that over, 51 for 2.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or home, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. The water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
So back to live action. 50 coming up inside the power play. The end of the 5th over as well. And a bruised and battered Kenroy Williams smashed down the ground for 2 6s, conceding 16 runs. And Dexter Sween quickly on to 22 off of just 7 deliveries. We're going to have a bowling change. And Joshua Clark comes in. The man 2 points higher than 7 on his back. Has the ball in his hand and he can be quite sharp. Joshua Clark to Kevis John, who is no stranger to short pitch bowling. John, he's on 12. And Clark just likes to bowl back of a length mostly. See how he starts off here. It's down the leg side, and we've seen this type of start from him as well. Just pushing it down the leg side. But even that delivery is quite sharp. Starts off with a wide. So the current run rate is ahead of the required run rate. You can have a look at the CPL winner from last year, Mikhail Govaya. He's having a chat with some of the fans just behind him. He's stationed at deep backward square with the fans behind him seated in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Tugged in the direction of Govaya. Fumble from Mason. Govaya was coming around, but he doesn't have to get there because Mason got a boot onto it. Just a run. Was quickly onto him, Kevis. Got the second line of defense when it passed the hands. The boot was in the way. The batsmen just motivating themselves to carry on. Just perhaps a bit of a confirming that the communication was the right communication in the end, because there might have been a call of weight as it went straight to Mason. But with the fumble, they came through for the run. So we expect Joshua Clark to be back of a length again. He's gone full, searching for a Yorker. Changing it up here is Joshua Clark. Sween just sitting on the back foot waiting, but it was pitched up and he was almost in no man's land there. He's just losing shape, head in the air a bit. Certainly wasn't expecting that type of a delivery from Clark, and now he's put that in the back of the mind of Sween. That delivery will only be as good as the follow-up delivery for it to really make an impact in this innings. There he is outside the off stump. A dot ball, he tugs it into Mason. And Clark is asking to have an additional protection out in the deep. It's a final over of power play, so I'm not quite sure he's going to be able to get it. There's a man, Daniel Holder, who's very wide at long on, and Govaya behind the umpire at square leg on the boundary. Mason in between them. A lot of space for him to cover. So far, two have gone straight to him. And again, he pitches up full outside the off stump. The front leg is not across to the line of the delivery. And he rehearses it now, saying that he should be looking to hit it over extra cover. But you've got to get your leg across to it. Because then if your momentum, your weight transfer is just pulling away from the ball. Again, he rehearses it, leaning into the shot. And at times when you're looking for power, you can tend to lose some shape. Good over from Clark so far after the start with the wide. Off the outside edge. And it's gone away to the boundary. Keeper Julian can't get a hand onto it. And the Sween benefits. It can be a cruel game at times. Have a look at the height Julian made here. Couldn't get a hand on it. Did he get a hand on it? Nope. It's all the way over his head. Inadvertently goes to the boundary for 4. So a good over. Spoiled by a boundary. With one delivery to come. Can still turn out to be a good over. If he gets the ball in the right areas. Sween has got another boundary on to 26. He's striking at 237. In the air. Holder is coming in from that wide long off position and completely misjudges it. Guvaya is down on the ground, and a chance to get the big wicket of Sween goes a begging. It was high in the night sky, coming down, a very difficult catch to judge. The left-hander comes around to his right, seemed to be settling under it, but he went too far, and it was behind him, totally misjudging it. And the end of 6, the power play gone. A chance to Sween was on 27, Kevis John on 13, 58 for 2.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So in the power play, 129, further 129 needed off of 84 deliveries. In the power play, Govaya got Clifton Hall LBW without scoring. And Dejon Charles was bowled by Andy Alexander for 17 after he struck him for 2 boundaries. And Dexter Sween is on 27 out there with Kevis John. And 58 for 2 is the score. So now get the opportunity for the field to be spread. And Daniel Holder is going to come into the attack. Just put down that catch. Final over of power play. A chance to get rid of Dexter Sween. Chance, didn't get anything on it. He ran past it and went over his head. Tried to reach back to get it. Couldn't get a hand on it. So Govaya is providing some insight for the youngster to bowl against Dexter Sween. Where he needs to pitch it, what line he needs to bowl. Usually opening the bowling, Andy Alexander preferred to him in this game. And despite the fact that he switches ends when he bowls, he normally starts from the northern end with the new ball. But he's going to start now in the 7th over. And he's going to be bowling from the main road end. And the fielder's out protecting. One is a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, long off, long on, and deep cover. Starts down the leg side with a wide. It's quite the talent, the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 opening bowler Daniel Holder from Vishnu Boys. He blazed 100 in the secondary schools cricket league earlier on in the year. And it pushed him into the limelight. Good delivery here. A game for the Vishnu Boys. He's hit in the air and not a man move. That one has been hit out of the ground. That is a KFC maximum off of the bat of Dexter Sween. Hammered down the ground. Daniel Holder gets hit for a 6. And that was an almighty hit. Just picked it up. Clean over the fence and into the road. The boxer balls are going to come out again. Just see where this one has landed. Perhaps it's gone over the roof of that house in the back. And the gentleman living in that house there must certainly be a big fan of cricket. Because a lot of balls end up in his yard. We've seen him sitting out there as well, looking on at the cricket. Daniel Holder in the Trinidad and Tobago on the 17 top performers for 2025. He finished as player of the match in the round 2 game against Guyana for the national team in round 2. So the new ball is out there now. That break in play. 2 balls gone. Opportunity to change wicket keepers, as that ball had to be changed. So Randy Baliram, let's put the pads on. So we expect Leonardo Julian to be given the ball soon. Holder, they go for 1 quickly. They're going to look for 2. It's not on. Tucking the ball, coming off the boundary. Holder will certainly be happy to that, because now he doesn't have to bowl the Sween. If it strokes it out nicely. Captain is patrolling on the offside. Daniel Holder from the Vishnu Boys College. He hit 106 off of 65 deliveries against Fatima College. He's just in form 3, the left-hander. He hit that in March in a 50-over intercall match. They posted 323 for 7 in that game. Switches to round the wicket, but doesn't deliver to Sween. Could just be trying to play some psychological games here now with Sween. Try something. And Sween now, his mind games out there, pulls away. He's not having it from the young man. Did the ball fall out of his hand as well? Perhaps that is why Sween just pulled away. So the ball trickled past the umpire there. 67 for 2. No, in fact, Sween pulled away before, and Holder was the one who just threw the ball into the ground. Good delivery here. They go for a quick single. And Julian, without the pads at extra cover, does not release the ball. He picked it up cleanly. The mind games might just be over now between Holder and Sween, who's down at the non-striker's end. 2 deliveries to come in the 1 delivery to come in the over, in fact. So you may not get the opportunity to face up again in this over. Kevis John is on 14 or 14. And a classical off drive to finish off the over. After 7 overs, it's 69 for 2.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. You working posse water. The school children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Welcome back here. Let's have a look at the bowling card. 2 extras in the innings so far in this 7 overs. David Rudder comes on the sound system here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, telling the crowd this is a little bit of madness going on here off of the bat of Dexter Sween. 35 he has off of 16 with 4 towering sixes. He's put a couple of them out the ground, out of the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And he's going mad with the bat out there. Out of the mouth of David Rudder, blaring across the sound system. Kevis John is still striking at 100, 15 off of 15. And he is the man on strike. And Joshua Clark, his first over went for 7. A little bit of a delay to start this over. Leonardo John looks like at long leg is in conversation with the captain, and they're disputing a fielding position. The man at third man, he's asking him to come inside. Just counting 4 fielders outside the ring. I'm not happy. We still haven't started. And Kenroy Williams here, he is the one who's going to have to retreat. Because he wants 5 outside the ring. They had a third man out on the boundary. He was in conversation with Julian, telling him to bring the third man up. So long off and long on in place now. And he pulls it into the onside. And it'll beat Mason. In fact, did it beat Mason? Because it was perhaps over the ropes, but he was inside the ropes when he pulled it back. And that might just be an exceptional piece of fielding. It was heading toward the boundary. The batsman wasn't running because he thought it had gone for 4. But have a look at the effort here. And is his foot on the rope as he pulled it back, as he tumbled over. So in fact, it's only going to go for 1. No boundary signal by the umpire. Have a look at this piece of work here. Have a look at the left boot. It's inside the rope. Gets a hand onto it, pulls it back. And that is quite outstanding from the big man, Mason. He's feeling the effects of it on the boundary edge now. And it's pulled in the air. It's coming toward our cameraman. And lands just in front of him in the stands. Almost to the back of the second level. And fans, the young kids racing to pick it up. And just battling with the duckman to get the ball. But that's a massive strike from Sween. Just picked it up and depositing it just at the feet of our cameraman Matthew. There he is. And that bat speed, tremendous bat speed. And that ball follow from our cameraman as well. Quite immaculate. Might just outrank the shot itself. Sween on to 41 off of 17. Exceptional ball striking. 76 for 2. 1-1-1 required off of 76. Clark for his 3rd delivery. Pulled around the corner. This time all along the carpet. And the partnership here now on to 49. 1 run short of a half century off of just 23 deliveries. And Dexter Sween has 48 of those 49 runs. But Kevis John has been doing quite well in the partnership. He's 5 off of 5, which means that he's been handing strike over to Dexter Sween. And perhaps that is exactly why he was elevated to the top of the innings. Firstly to bat with Clifton Hall, because that is what he might have been sent out there to do, just to rotate the strike. He pushes this one back. And just as I was singing his praises, a defensive shot pushing forward. And the bat got very far in front of the pad and come off high off the bat. A little bit of extra bounce from Joshua Clark. And Kevis John, he's going to have to go. And some of the fans are celebrating in a very unique fashion. And in a dangerous way as well. Balancing both himself and the drink on his head on top of the dugout. But Kevis John, you have to say a good innings from him because he was doing what was asked of him, which was to rotate the strike. Firstly started off with Hall at the top of the innings. And Hall has been so aggressive. Probably wanted him just to rotate the strike and hand it back to Paul. And do the same with Dexter Sween and Dejon Charles. And this one just pushed back. I wonder if he was trying to turn it around the corner and did it get a leading edge as the bat face was starting to close. But on the second attempt, Joshua Clark on his follow through, which is not an easy thing to do, but gets the wicket after being hit for a 6. So 3 wickets down now, 77 runs on the board. New batsman out in the middle, Jeremy Arajo. We're in the 8th over, 2 deliveries to come. Fans out there being treated to some good 6 hitting. Seen some of the players have remained from the first game. Coach Anand Ban has lingered after his victory. Earlier on, I see some members of the Harvard club here. Andre Yard picked up a man of the match earlier, batting in partnership with Brian Lara. scored 31. Lara made 26 as they brought victory home for the Harvard Club against Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. Picked up man of the match. Also got a wicket in that game. Andre Yard. Robin Ramdeen seated next to him. Man from the Harvard Club. Rahul to face his first delivery, Joshua Clark. The speedster charges in now with a wicket and pitches it up. And not for the first time. Well, it's gone past wicketkeeper Baliram. It was low down. He couldn't get anything onto it. Low down to his ankles. One that didn't get up. We saw one like this earlier on from Clark. Pitch right up, going past the off stump, under the bat, and through the wicketkeeper. He's gone for 4 byes. 106 required, 73 deliveries. Rahul was late to catch up with that one. It went under his bat. And he's bowled him. Middle stump out of the ground. He adjusted the line, Joshua Clark. One was wide outside the off stump. And Araho doesn't trouble the scorers. He didn't last too long either. And a full length delivery. It was too fast for Jeremy Araho. And his middle stump is uprooted. And another wicket goes down now. 81 for 4. The current run rate 10.1. Have a look at this delivery. Between bat and pad. Played all over it. He's returning to the pavilion. New batsman looks like Kwame Mohammed. He's out there now. So Barataria ball players. They're scoring nicely. Have a look at the conversations. Leonardo Julian is always involved in it, as well as experience from Govaya, imparting whatever wisdom he can to the captain Kenroy Williams. And in fact, the captain himself seems to be putting on the pads, Kenroy Williams, to wicket keep. So Baliram, after he gave up 4 byes, gives up the gloves. Very interesting developments here. After 8 overs, 81 for 4. So Dexter Sween has a new partner out there, Kwame Mohammed. And Leonardo Julian. He's going to come into the attack. So the third wicket keeper in just 8 overs switched from Leonardo Julian at the start to Randy Baliram, and now Kenroy Williams has the gloves. And of course it would mean that if Williams has the gloves on, he's bowled 1 over for 16 runs. Means that he may not be brought back into the attack to bowl unless he takes the pads off, and we have another change in wicketkeeper. One of the previous wicketkeepers decides to come back on to take the gloves. It's going to be their 6th bowler in, so they do have the option of not bowling Williams again. It might be a different equation if they get the wicket of Dexter Sween, who's on 42. This one, no pace on offer from Leonardo Julian. Has a walk down the track just to tell Dexter Sween about it. Sween just nods his head. I'm always wary of bowlers having words with batsmen. He who laughs last sometimes laughs best. But of course it only takes 1 delivery to get a wicket. A faster delivery on this occasion. Sween just taps it back to Julian, who doesn't want to pick it up. He rather comes down, rather prefers to come down and have a word right up in the grill of Dexter Sween. All psychological games for these guys who operate at the higher level in the domestic cricket. Of course, multi-talented as well, Leonardo Julian. Can perform all the disciplines of the sport: bat, bowl, keep. Might even bat right-handed as well, given the chance. Wide outside the off stump, but it's a slower delivery. Doesn't get up. Sween goes for one quickly. You're not going to get two. It's a bit of a victory there for Julian as he smiles as he passes Sween at the non-striker's end. He'll bring Mohammed to face his first delivery. So good start here from Julian, particularly since it was against Sween. Changes in pace and changes in the field now for the left-handed batsman. So the mid-off and mid-on are inside for now. And he's moving a man to cow corner, and there's a deep mid-wicket and a straight deep mid-wicket, otherwise known as cow corner. Throw back at the stumps. Very competitive, Julian. He's moving a man to a deep backward square around. Long off, long on in, please. And oh, he steps on it. Could have done himself a bit of an injury there. Tumbling dive down from Clark at the boundary edge. Trying to stop it with his boot, Andy Alexander. It's ill-advisable to do that. He is at short. He's at short, fine leg. Did he get his boot on it? Oh, he's lucky not to get his boot on it. In fact, he kicked the disc away. But have a look at the save from Clark, chasing it down. And has that gone for 4? Might have been over the rope. Or was he touching it when he was over the rope? Looking at the umpire, no signal from him just yet. And he's just on the radio to the third umpire. Might just be looking at our replay as well, the third umpire. Just to relay a message to the presiding umpire, Clive Gaskin. So Gator Gaskin might just confirm, might just need another replay to have a look at it, as our producers and director obliges, Mr. Jason Passad. So, oh, that could be 4, you know. The first contact, he was inside the rope, but then tried to get it again. And no signal from the umpire. Satisfied that he made the save. Leonardo Julian, it's all fun and games when it comes. He says, I'm warning you. Don't want to get outmankind here. Didn't release. He could have run him out. As he left the crease, Sween, have a look at the non-striker's end. Did he just break his ground? He's still in. And no, the bat hasn't. Well, the bat is dragging out of the crease. Onto the pads. The fans are agitated with that one. Dexter Sween walks down at the end of the 9th over to have a word with Kwame Mohammed, who's on 2. Sween on 43. 84 for 4 after 9.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
9 overs gone. Kenroy Williams has the gloves, orchestrating the team from behind the stumps now. Field placing 103 required off of 66. As this is going to be the final over before the drinks interval, before the Blue Waters drinks break. So he's trying to get the attention of the man square of the wicket. So there's a sweeper on the offside. Square of the wicket. There's a deep extra cover and holder. It's going to come in from the northern end, and Leonardo Julian goes to long on. And Govaya. Govaya is going from long on to long on these last few overs. So now the man who was square of the wicket on the offside goes even squarer. Holder. Full toss. In the air. Govaya is coming around. And that's an exceptional catch from Govaya. He's indicating to the umpire that he did make the catch. That ball seemed to be dying on him as it descended out of the night sky. And he's such a quality fielder, Mikel Govaya. He's all smiles because he knows he picked that one up inches from the ground. And it's a big wicket, that of Dexter Sween. It's a full toss off the toe end of the bat, high up into the night sky. And Govaya settling under it. He was well aware of where the boundary rope was, so he didn't want to go back too far. And he didn't want to come in too much either. And he judged it to perfection. He took it very low down, but it's quite difficult to judge these deliveries coming out of the night sky. Particularly, the ball just seems to die when you get to you. There's absolutely no depth perception with a black sky in the background. And that's an outstanding catch from an outstanding player. And another outstanding player is now headed back into the pavilion. Dexter Sween gone for 43 off of 21. 5 huge sixes he struck. And going for another one there. And a power failure out caught by Govaya. And in fact, as Marlon Phillip was making his way out to the middle to bat, the umpires have decided to call a drinks break. So we will have a short break here with the score now on 84 for 5 in 9.1 overs.
Blue Waters posse identify. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Blue Waters posse identify. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. and we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
After the Blue Waters drinks break, the new batsman out in the middle, Marlon Phillip, and a wicket off the first delivery of the Daniel Holder over. Seems to be more comfortable bowling from this northern end. Wasn't given the new ball. Andy Alexander picked up the new ball, and after he was battered about a bit, then picked up a big wicket. Here's Holder to the left-handed Phillip, and he's coming off a leading edge. He's trying to hit it down the ground off the top portion of the bat out to Govaya at point. Didn't get all of it. Alexander picked up the wicket of Dijon Charles for 17 after he was smacked for 2 sixes. And bowls that delivery, pitches it up, it just dips and knocks the middle stump back. Holder trying to do the same here. And fumbles on his follow through. He would have been one of the players exposed to Coach Pollard, passed away. Condolences go out to his family and to the entire cricketing fraternity, members of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And that is certainly a big blow to replace the likes of a John Pollard. Fourth delivery of the over, and he's throwing everything at this Marlon Phillips. Marlon Phillip played as well in the Fatima T20 tournament a couple times for a club known as FOV, Full of Vibes, along with Vaughan Brong as well. And another guy from the Barataria ball players, a guy by the name of Zeddy, who's no longer with us in Trinidad and Tobago. He's migrated, and it's a full toss. Can't quite get it out the middle. Some work out there. Just a 1 run. 85 for 5. And 1 delivery to come in the Holder over. The first over he bowled was from the main road end. That went for 11 runs. He was hit for a 6. That left the ground. Off of the bat of course, Dexter Sween. This is an excellent over, comeback over from Holder. To come into bowl the final over before the drinks break, picking up a wicket off the first delivery. An excellent catch out in the deep by Govaya. Just 1 run in the over so far. And chipped in the air. They go for 1, they're looking for 2, it's not gonna happen. And the end of 10 overs, 86 for 5 after 10.
Lion Brand brings you the perfect blend of tradition and convenience. From delicious Pelori mix and versatile split peas powder to our easy-to-use fry-bake mix, baking powder, and self-rising flour, Lion Brand takes the guesswork out of cooking, making it simpler than ever to create those cherished family favorites. Taste the tradition, embrace the convenience. Find Lion Brand products at your favorite grocery store today. Lion Brand, the power behind our great taste traditions.
101 needed now off of 60. Have a look at the worm just dipping. It was only increasing in gradient, but now it's just almost going flat. Jeremy Arahu went for no score, and Kwame Mohammed 3 off of 4. And Philip has soaked up 4 balls for just 1 run so far. The big wicket of Clifton Hall. He went for no score. Kevis John was also dismissed. Not a bad innings from the young man. He was batting in partnership with Charles and Sween, rotating the strike quite nicely before he tried to turn the bat on one and popped up a catch to Clark, who had to take it. He needed 2 attempts to take the catch. Jean Charles went for 17. Sween out in the last over. Daniel Holder picking up his wicket. And this is the man who took the catch, Mikel Govaya, down at long off. He's going to come in to bowl his 3rd over. 1 for 9 he has. They get 1. They're looking for 2, but Mason is quickly onto it. Gets the throw in as well. Some work for the makeshift wicketkeeper Kenroy Williams, who's put the gloves on now, taking over from Baliram, who took over from Leonardo Julian. And then Daniel Holder took over from Julian after the 1 over from Julian. Just for 3. This one giving chase. Looks like substitute fielder on the field, Brandon Ramsumir, and it's gone for 4. Couldn't hold it back in. Reminding you that Franklin Rose is not on the field, and he just did himself a bit of an injury when he was batting and had to retire out when he's not been on the field since the start of the innings. 91 for 5. So 5 now to Philip. And it's gone between bat and pad this time. Did he get bat on this again? And Brandon Ramsumir, they're not doing him any favors, the substitute fielder, and it's gone for 4, but buys on this occasion. The makeshift keeper, Kenroy Williams, could not gather. There he's standing up, literally. He's not staying down low, and it's gone past him. And 2 boundaries behind the keeper, and Govaya is not amused. 1 went for runs, this one went for buys, and again umpire Clive Gaskin is on the radio. So I'm not quite sure what Govaya might be displeased with, but he's asked the question of the umpire who's making a check. Certainly he doesn't want to disagree with the fact that it's buys, because then he'll go to his figures. It's deep in concentration. And he's changing the field a bit now, is Govaya. He's bringing the man around, sweeping on the boundary to his right. Squarer for Marlon Phillip. Chips it out the long off. So he's trying to build a partnership here between Mohabin and Phillip. Place in the finals is at stake. Partnership goes to 12. Full toss. Chipped out to Mason. And just 1. Opportunity to put away a bad ball, and he couldn't get it. And himself and Govaya just having a chuckle about it. And Govaya just drying the ball, so clearly now that full toss might have been a result of a damp ball. Eleven runs in the over so far. Faster one. Govaya feels it and rifles it back. A long steer from Phillip back at the bowler. 11 overs gone, 97 for 5. 90 runs required over 54 balls.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Coverage provided by Cricket 360, along with our many sponsors, to bring you this North Zone T20 Festival for 2025. We're in the second game of a double-header and the second semi-final of the day between Glenora Sports and Barataria ball players. All too familiar sight of helmets replacing hats or hats replacing helmets, as Leonardo Julian is set to come back into the attack. And he took the pads off, took the gloves off, handed it over to Randy Baliram, and after about 3 overs from Baliram, one went through his legs or went under him, one that kept low and might have done a bit of an injury to his finger. So then he took the gloves off and the pads off, handed it off to Kenroy Williams, who hesitantly put it on because he is thinking that he has 3 overs left. His first over went for 16, the captain Kenroy Williams, but eventually put it on, and one went past him off the inside edge in the last Govaya over for 4, and then one went right through him. Well, it went through the batsman first, missed the leg stump, and went through him down to the boundary for 4 byes. So Julian now is going to come into bowl, the 12th over. Some work out for Bissoon. We haven't seen Bissoon bowl in the last game, and so far not in this game either. And I believe that might just be the first ball that he's fielded as well in this innings. Haven't seen him doing not really any fielding. The ball hasn't gone to him. Well, I can't recall if it did. But he asked him to come inside. He asked him to come inside the ring, Julian. So mid-off is inside now. Chops it out to Holder, the left-hander at cover. Now you want to be careful with throws like that to the makeshift keeper, and they're going to get an overthrow. And it was a low throw down to Kenroy Williams. And you have to remember that he's not the main wicket keeper in this lineup. And he rifles in the throw, young Holland. It's all along the ground and wide of the keeper. The captain is not having it. Get an additional run. Don't think he's too happy being asked to put the gloves on, but may not have a choice because Julian, who has the ball now, this one cut past third man and it'll go into the boundary for 4. Julian would be even less happy now as the substitute fielder Jerome Durrell chases down after it, can't get to it, and 4 runs off the Leonardo Julian over. So he certainly wouldn't like being hit for a boundary. So 3 boundaries coming now in the space of about 5 deliveries. 2 off the Govaya over and now off of the bat of Philip, who goes on to 12. And Julian in his second over, he got 3 for 17 in 2.2 overs to qualify for this semi-final. He's adjusting Holder. Seems Leonardo Julian wants to make a field change. Even when he was a wicket keeper, he's always having an input in the field. This one gone to Holder, exactly where Julian was moving him to. But he can't pick it up. It was to his right. And the left hand on his wrong side. Couldn't pick it up, but he stops it. Kicks it around a couple of times and eventually picks it up. He has a backup with Govaya out at deep cover. 8 runs in this over so far, 2 deliveries to come in the 12th over. So now he sends back Bissoon to long off and asks the fine leg to come in the ring. Constantly making field changes, not just off of his own bowling. Slower delivery and a good one. Right at the base, right into the batting crease. 1 delivery to come in the over. Still just the 8 runs. I say just the 8 runs. He conceded a 4. It was a good shot from Marlon Phillip. Have a look at Mr. McGregor on the camera. And this is short and pulled into the onside. Diving forward, low down is Baliram. And they're going to come for 2. Putting his body on the line, not taken by the wicket keeper. And it cannons into Mohammed. But diving forward, coming in from mid-wicket, shot pulled around the corner to finish off the over. Diving away on the boundary. It was in the air for a while and low down, but he did prevent it going for 4. Dug in short. just couldn't get in time to make it into a catching opportunity. The end of 12, 107 for 5.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Darulum certified meats at Cans Poultry and Meats. Good look at the main road as it's approaching 10:30 here in Diego Martin. And cars coming in, turning into the street, slowing down to have a look at proceedings perhaps. And get an opportunity to see Marlon Phillip and Kwame Mohammed face up to Andy Alexander, who comes back into the attack. The partnership now between the pair, 23 off of 17 deliveries. Marlon Phillips scoring 13 of those runs. Required run rate 10. And the current run rate just 1.18 less. 80 to get. He's hitting it down the ground. Slower and slower and slower you expect to see the deliveries from Andy Alexander, not giving them anything to work with. In terms of pace, 3 for 26 he had off of 3 against Shannon, and then 2 for 23 off of 4 against Savannah Boys. Another one low down. Puts that ball in, gets it to dip a bit right on the popping crease. And Mohammed can't get under it. It's the two end of the bat. In this game he picked up the big wicket of Dijon Charles. He hit 2 sixes off 9 balls, scored 17, and then he was out bowled. This one flicked away in the air. Leonardo Julian can get an opportunity to show his pace on the boundary, but he can't prevent them coming back for 2, coming around from mid-wicket. Well placed from Mohammed, because Guvaya and Leonardo Julian are out there long on and deep mid-wicket. As both of them converged on it, but couldn't stop them from coming back from 2. So good running as well, apart from the placement. Philip running back to the danger end. There's that ball. There's no pace at all on it. They squeeze out a single. They're running for everything. Alexander is not happy. Bisoon, the man doing the fielding, and he's just complaining. Andy Alexander is like, why do you put him there? Put him somewhere else. Kenroy Williams is saying, where do you want me to put him? Has his hand up in the air, the wicket keeper. Barking out instructions to the fielder. Tension building. 76 needed off of 44. One step down the track, hits it in the air, doesn't quite time it because there's no pace on it from Alexander. There's no pace in his run up to the wicket as well. Maybe just fractionally faster than an off spinner. Have a look at it here. He turns at the top of his mark. Have a look at this run up. It's just a slow jog, as if he's jogging around the Queen's Park Savannah. Full delivery. Can't get a run. Rifles the throw to the keeper. End of 13 overs, 112 for 5.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
75 needed off of 42. Batting to come, Carl Vialva Darren Wilson, the captain, Sheldon Thomas and Von Brong. Von Brong can certainly muscle a few boundaries. But Marlon Phillip, a lot is relying on him and Kwame Mohammed. Out there in the middle, the partnership 28 off of 23. And the required run rate of 10.71. And a good over just completed from Andy Alexander. Just 5 runs in it. Offering no pace whatsoever on his deliveries. The batsmen are going to have to generate their own momentum with bat speed. Or even look to walk down the track. Meantime, Leonardo Julian has been mixing up his deliveries. Some full, some short, some change of pace. And 2 overs for 13 he has. Wide outside the off stump, and it's gone past the wicketkeeper. A chase down to the boundary. They're not going to catch up to it. It's gone for 4. Yeah, 4 wides. So it'll count for 5. And it's through the hands of the wicketkeeper. And keeper is in line. Have a look at this. Straight to him, landed in front of him. He's not staying down at all, Kenroy Williams. He's not comfortable with the gloves at all. And it's a bit of a trade-off because Julian wants to bowl. Baliran has given up the gloves. And I'm not quite sure that Kenroy Williams is happy at all with the gloves in his hands. You can see him in the background there. This one he takes. Let's give him full credit. He didn't stay down, so he's not going down at all. And we see wicketkeepers like Bairstow and company, they don't really go down to the ground, as the Calypso says. Down to the ground, but he's just standing up in a crouch position, letting the ball come to him. It's on the stumps and a good Yorker delivery. And after the 5 wides, comes back with 2 dot deliveries, Julian. He's looking to build pressure, and dot balls build pressure, and pressure brings wickets. Phillip on 15 or 15. Still 70 needed off of 40. Wide outside, but the length is good. So it's 3 back-to-back dot deliveries from Julian. Getting a little bit frustrated here now is Marlon Phillips. Just might see him walk down the track to this next delivery because he'll be thinking about trying to create something. He just waits on it. Shuffles across a couple steps, works it out to mid-wicket and gets 1. So both Julian and keeper Kenroy will be happy with that single. But remember, there'll be an additional delivery to come in this over. That's the penalty for bowling a wide. And bonus that it went for 4. Down the leg side, it's another wide. And if you didn't know, Kenroy Williams has the gloves and it's a very difficult for the makeshift wicketkeeper down the leg side. He gets across, puts a hand down, cannot stop it, and it's gone into the boundary for another 5 wides. Have a look at him. Almost as if he's a fielder and not having the gloves on. He's running across to try and put a hand onto it. And if you're accustomed feeling the outfielder as a normal fielder, it's very difficult. It's an entirely different technique with the wicket-keeping gloves on. We've seen wicket-keepers take the gloves off and be very, very good in the outfield. But the other way around, sometimes it doesn't work out. Holder. A shy and a loud appeal, and he's gone. Mohammed is run out, trying to get a quick single. Phillip is not happy either, and perhaps he didn't agree that there was a run there. And this time, Holder, we saw him a shy at the stumps at the keeper's end. This time he gets the throw in, but it was a good throw straight to the man backing up Leonardo Julian, who was able to catch it, break the stumps. He caught it in front of the stumps as well, and pushed out by Mohammed. It's straight to the fielder, and a hesitation from Marlon Phillip, and eventually they went through for the run and catching it in front and pulling it back onto the stumps, and he was too late to get in, and an easy decision for umpire Komabach. So 123 for 6 with the loss of that Kwame Mohammed wicket. And we did say dot balls builds pressure, and pressure gets wickets. Trying to squeeze out an additional run. He's out, run out. Combination work from Holder and Leonardo Julian. He's gone for 11. Have a look at the hesitation. Well, we don't get that opportunity, but have a look at the fielding. And you can see Philip looking back because there was hesitation to make the run. And even though the long strides of Kwame Mohammed, Vaughan Brong is coming out to the middle. So work here for Marlon Phillip to do still. His new partner in Vaughan Brong. And I've played with both these batsmen already. And they can really get going when they make their minds up. They can hit a good few boundaries, 4s and 6s this pair. So Brong being sent out now. And my good friends Kazim Mohammed and Joey Mirage, good night to them. The leg spinner Joey Mirage and the left arm orthodox elderly statesman Kazim Mohammed, uncle of Yasir Dean, who is former Trinidad and Tobago under 17 player, vying his trade now in Canada. Say good night to Nazir Chan and family. Philip facing up. He's asking for a wide, and again Kenroy Williams doesn't take cleanly. No signal from the umpire. And the umpire is still standing there. We do believe it's the end of the 14th over. And he's just taking a note. So 14 overs gone, 1, 2, 3 for 6.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Four needed off of 36 balls. The final 6 overs to come in this semi-final game. And there's some good news. Good news for Kenroy Williams. He no longer has the gloves on to keep. Leonardo Julian says enough of this. He's bowled 3 overs for 24, hasn't picked up a wicket, so he's putting back on the keeping gloves. See, I'll show you how to do this properly. And in the meantime, Kenroy Williams has the ball. He says, I'll show you how to do this properly. The leg spinner, bringing himself back into the attack. His first over, however, went for 16. He was hit around for 2 6s. And he's going to be looking to pull it back. They've used 6 bowlers so far. And Govaya has 1 left. Andy Alexander has 1 left. They have taken a wicket apiece. Joshua Clark has taken 2 and he has 2 left. And the Holder has 2 left as well. Kenroy, some flight. And Vaughan trying to hit a bigger 6 than Sween. Doesn't make any contact. He's trying to go from literally ball 1. Brown. And if he does catch up with it, he stays hit when he hits it. So they've dropped a man out. Baliram goes to deep square legs. This is a deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, deep cover. Kenroy again. Flight again. And solid forward defensive. Full face of the bat. No stickers included. In fact, he does have stickers on the bat. It's an SS. Good start here from Williams. Backing away and cut out the Mason. Just 1. And if Williams here could bowl a good economical over with not be an improvement just to his figures alone, but he'll put even more pressure as a required run rate could just inch up to 12 at the end of this over if they don't get a boundary. Marlon Phillip is out there. He wants to seat it. 116 off of 18. Tugging it down the ground to Govaya. Just a one. Can't seem to find gaps in the outfield. They've been fortunate over the last few overs with some wicket-keeping mishaps. They've gotten wides as well that went for 5. Gotten some off the inside edge. Leaked a couple boundaries, the Glenora outfit. Trying to reapply pressure here with Williams. And he's bowled him. That's the googly delivery. Trying to tug it into the onside. Von Brong came and Von Brong goes. And he's gone for 1 as they lose their 7th wicket. And this over from Kenroy Williams might just be the make or break over that puts them back in the driver's seat, because the pressure was building. Firstly with Leonardo Julian with the ball. His 3 overs went for 24, and a good over from Daniel Holder to come back for his 2nd over and bowl a very good over. Now Kenroy Williams back with the ball in his hand, where he's certainly more comfortable as opposed to wicket keeping, and Von Brong has to go for 1. So Carl Vialva comes out to the middle. They have to be careful here, the Barataria ball players. They might just be in danger of being bowled out. Still 62 runs adrift. But there is hope once Marlon Phillip is there and now joined by Vialva. So Hall went for no score. It was a big blow. It was out LBW to Govaya. Kevis John made 16. Andy Alexander bowled Dejon Charles. And then Daniel Holder came back to get the wicket of Dexter Sween. He's the top scorer in the innings with 43. No score to Araho. Mohammed run out for 11. And Brong just dismissed for 1. And the batting to come, the captain Darren Wilson and Sheldon Thomas. Gets a hand onto it, can't stop it. This is the end of the over. 15 overs gone, 126 for 7.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Welcome back. 20 extras in the innings in this total of 126 for 7. 5 overs left in the innings. The current run rate 8.4. 8 byes and 12 wides. And in a spotter border here, the Barataria ball players against the Glenora Sports Club, who posted 186 for 6 in their 20 overs. And we're now climbing to over 12. More than a run a ball now. More than 2 runs a ball now, in fact. And Andy Alexander returns. The ball is final over. 1 for 31 he has. So of the 5 overs left, 1 for Govaya, 1 for Alexander, 2 for Kenroy Williams, 2 for Clark and 2 for Holder. Get 1 here. 1 is all it's going to be. Didn't mention Leonardo Julian, who bowled 3 overs for 24 runs because he's put the gloves back on. Philip on 17. Running out of wickets here. The game has gone past 3 hours and 45 minutes now. 4 overs and 5 balls remaining. Slower ball off of the top portion of the bat. It goes into the boundary for 4. A leading edge. He was swinging for the hills, Marlon Phillip. Comes off the top portion of the bat and off the outside edge as well. Slower delivery, full toss. And gets it inadvertently down between the keeper and short third man. Goes into the boundary for 4. Goes on to 21, Marlon Phillip. 131 for 7. So they've put a third man in place now. And what a difference a keeper makes. Wide outside the off-stump, down at his ankles, and Leonardo Julian staying down, making it look rather easy. I can assure you it's not. Steps across. And tumbling effort. Knocks it down for 1. It's the substitute fielder Jerome Durrell. But backup was there. Villalba on 2. Another delay here because we're going to ask. He's asking for a change in the field. And everybody takes a minute just to count the fielders. Ensure that they have a stipulated field in terms of those outside the ring. So there's one. Bisoon is at backward square. Mason at deep mid wicket. Govaya at long on. And long off is there. Kenroy Williams, the captain. Holder is at extra cover. And Sukram out. Deep cover. Chipped in the air. Here's Durrell. He's been asked not to throw it by Alexander. Singles are not going to do it. And 16 overs gone, 133 for 7.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take up the water spray. Take up the water spray. In your school or home, take up the water spray. When the bus run out, take up the water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Of the worms now. The two lines growing apart. .186 off of 6 posted by Glenora. So far they're defending it. 7 wickets down. Barataria ball players. You're going to need more than singles here. But it's an equation that is very gettable. 54 or 53 off of 23 now. And they're going to have a discussion about it, Villalba and Phillip. Conference in the middle. Yes, you don't want to take risk for trying to push additional runs and 2 risky runs coming back for 2 or even quick singles. Because he's going to try to do it all on his own, Marlon Phillip. He's taking on the responsibility on his shoulders. Kenroy Williams in his 3rd over. And that's an off-spin delivery he's delivered. It's hit out to Sukram is out there. And they come back for 2. This time he wants 2. Philip, he hasn't been able to middle too many. He's been coming off edges, inside edges, outside edges, top portion of the bat. And this one just lifted in the air over extra cover. Not getting the distance he wanted. He wants to try and play it out to the boundary on extra cover. But that was an off-spin delivery from Williams. He's bowling off-spin now is Williams. The matchup, he doesn't want to spin the ball into the left-handed Philip. Rather is it going away from him. And he's very versatile. Even attempted wicket keeping in this innings. But his off-spin delivery seems to be better than his wicket keeping so far. He'll do whatever is asked of him. Glenora captain. They won't mind these singles. They're going to need one big over at least to try and even out the equation. One big over means just 1 or 2 big hits in an over. So he's just waiting on the right delivery. One that is in his hitting zone. Philip on 25 now of 24. Hesitation in the bowling action. Bit like Umar Tariq for the CPL, TKR. He's all smiles, Vialva. He comes back, so is Kenroy Williams. He's trying all sorts of tricks here. Trying to do a Umar Tariq type delivery. Just pausing in the action. No pause on this occasion. It's a good delivery though. Just the one. Good example there from Julian. How to use the pads for a throw in low down to your ankles. End of 17 overs. 139 for 7. Vialva on 5 and Philip on 26.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Usman Tariq. I had difficulty remembering it, as did the batsmen in the CPL when it came to facing him. A bit of variation from Kenroy Williams. He bowled off spin in that over and tried a little bit of Usman Tariq strategy with a pause in the bowling action. Mikel Govaya now is going to return. Change of ends for him. He's coming from the northern end now. He bowled predominantly his first 3 overs from the southern end. The main road end. Philip on 26. Striking at 100, 48 needed off of 18. And this is the over they don't want to leave too much for the last over. And to try and get some runs here against Govaya. He has 1, Williams has 1, Clark has 2, and Holder has 2. So options available for Captain Kenroy Williams. You might just see Holder come back for 1. And Clark might be the man finishing off once Govaya gets done with this over. He's very careful to set his field, Govaya, for Philip. He wants to try and get the wicket of Philip as well as bowl an economical over. I'll give you the feel after this delivery. And he's bowled him. Middle stump, out the ground. It was angling into Philip and brought back into the attack to do just this. Said he wanted to take a wicket, and he gets one off the first delivery he bowls. Speared into middle stump, the base of middle stump. And a good effort from Marlon Phillip. He's gone striking at 100 for 26 with 3 fours. And Hope just dying out there. He's backing away. He's trying to create room. And a ball following him. But that Yorker length delivery from Govaya, it's not easy to play at all. The CPL champion gets a wicket off of his first delivery of his final over. So 8 wickets down now, 139 runs on the board. Wicketkeeper Sheldon Thomas Makes his way out to the middle. So a lot of work left for the remaining batsmen, Thomas and Villalva. 48 needed off of 17. Required run rate 16.94 as we are winding down proceedings in this second semi-final. Winner here to meet Northside Future Stars in tomorrow's final. Starts at 7 p.m. There'll just be another short ceremony before the start of the game. Two wickets to go via now for 16. So the field is long off, long on. And the man out at deep extra cover. Mason goes around, rather deep mid wicket. Mason goes around to deep square leg. And pushing back Baliram now onto the ring on the offside at extra cover. Go via. Full delivery. And it's Sukram in fact at extra cover. Slides across. So 5 in the ring. And in fact, we're going to have another change now. Govaya makes a change. He's going to change his approach. And Mason comes inside the ring now as a man drops out at backward point. Sit in the air. Some work for Sukram to do. Running back from extra cover. Slides again. Doesn't have the spikes on. Again 5 in the ring. We're in the 18th over. Villalva on 7. Thomas off the mark. Very meticulous in his field placing for every single delivery. He's adjusting the man at third man and he's moving him around to backward point as he moves Bisoon around at cover. Does his own fielding. 3 deliveries to come in the 18th over. 2 deliveries in fact to come. Just 3 runs conceded. Angling in another full length delivery. Goes under the bat of Villalva. Might just be an anticlimactic finish here in the semi-final for Barataria ball players. 45 needed. Single here, straight to the fielder. And Julian doesn't like the return. It's not fast enough. And the end of 18 overs gone. 143 for 8.
Blue water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When we pass for now, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
To identify the Blue Waters sponsors of this North Zone T20 festival and supplying a water to all the players, to us as well. The media center, the fall of wickets 128, 77, 81, 84, 125, 123, 139, just falling in groups at the back end of the innings. Ken Roy Williams is going to finish off his quota of 4 overs, so he will bowl the 19th over. The right hander on strike, so expect to see some leg break. You return to the leg break deliveries. No more of the Usman Tariq stuff. In fact, it still is. Off spin, and he's pulled into the onside. A chase out there in the deep, and it goes into the boundary for 4. Clark can't get it. Sukram can't get around. And the Tariq style delivery not working on that occasion. And you can see it coming from a low trajectory, almost side on. But it's a full toss. pulled around the corner for 4. Don't want to experiment too much here. Just want to kill this game off. It wasn't just for the left-handed Phillips. He's decided to change his entire mode of bowling. And in fact, he's asked the umpires to have a look at the ball as well. The condition of the ball. And it's been quite a while since we've had a 6 hit. But the ball perhaps has been too damp. Definitely some identifying marks on it by the umpires. And they decided to change the ball. 147 for 8. As we wait for the box of balls to come out, we'll take a short break and resume as soon as we get this ball change on the way.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
So we've gotten the ball changed. Kenroy Williams still not quite happy. In a serious discussion with the umpire. Might as well be because his first ball went pulled away for 4. He's bowling his final over on the 19th over. 40 needed off 11. Another change in the field. The man at short fine leg. He's dropped out of the ring and Kenroy stops and asks him, where are you going? Get back in the ring. Leg spin delivery and he's played and he's gotten an outside edge, opting not to take the bails off because he heard the edge, Leonardo Julian, and Kenroy Williams picks up his second wicket. 9 wickets down now and it's all going awry for the Barataria ball players in this semi-final game, second of 2 semi-final games. He's going to have to go Villalva. And just a fine outside edge. Returning to the leg spin. Pushed one wide. And he was out of his crease anyway, but the outside edge is the reason he's walking off. He's gone for 12, caught behind by Leonardo Julian, returning with the gloves behind the wicket. Kenroy Williams returning with the ball in his hand, picking up his second wicket. 147 for 9. Darren Wilson, the captain, coming out to bat now. The final wicket. Final batsman making his way out. And an impossible task here now for the Barataria ball players. The game started off with them winning the toss, inserting Glenora Sports into bat. 147 for 9 now. Another off spinner bounce on this one. Smiles from Wilson, playing a miss outside the off stump. Man sneaks around to backward point from third man. It's wide outside the off stump. That's the kind of turn he can get when he decides to give it flight. But it turned out to be a wide. He needs to get that in or around middle and off with the same flight and the same amount of revolutions on the ball. He tries to do that. Comes off the inside edge. Captain gets off the mark. Captain to captain now. Saw them with reverse roles in the innings of Glenora. Wilson bowled 2 overs, 1 for 21. Few deliveries was to the captain of Glenora. He's picked up a wicket. He's gone for a boundary of his first delivery. In the air. It's high up in the air. They come for 2 as it lands short. So 1 delivery to come now for Kenroy Williams. And 1 wicket to get as the 150 is up 151 for 9. Tugs it down the ground. Holder has the ball in hand. He might just have to hold on to it to come and finish off the innings. Might just get an opportunity to bowl the 20th over. 152 for 9 after 19.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
35 runs needed off of 6 deliveries of the final over. And they certainly need, it's an easy calculation, 6 sixes would do it. Sheldon Thomas, the wicketkeeper for Barataria ball players, is going to face up. And Stefan Bissoon is going to get an over. We said earlier on we didn't see him get an opportunity to bowl. And he's going to be the 7th bowler being used by Glenora Sports. Hasn't had a lot to do in the outfield as well. And also didn't get the opportunity to bat. So he's getting a chance to make an impact here. The off spinner. One that goes past the off stump. It's a good start. And Thomas is trying to hit one of those 6s needed. Doesn't get it. 5 balls to come. Leonardo Julian is just telling the umpire to keep an eye on the stumps. He's going to try to effect a stumping. Tuck down the ground. They go for 1. Holder onto it. Julian just making some adjustments in the field. Almost every delivery he has an input. $154 for 9. This one hit high up in the air. Charging in from long off. It's going to land inside. Kenroy Williams can't get to it. Smiles from Bissoon. He thought he was in to pick up a wicket in the over that he's been given. But they'll be all smiles soon when this over comes to an end, because it means that they would secure their spot in the finals tomorrow against Northside Future Stars. Faster one, wide outside the off stump, just to prolong proceedings. He thought he was coming down the track and pushed it wide. And Julian is quite keen to get a stumping here, anticipating the batsman is going to go down the track. And he does, and there's the stumping. As predicted, we saw that one coming from a mile. Running down the track, pushed it wide again. And the final wicket falls, 156 runs. The Barataria ball players finish defeated. Glenora Sports Club winning by 30 runs, securing a place in tomorrow finals against the Northside Future Stars. We run through the batting card. Clifton Halls for no score. Kevis John for 16. Dejon Charles went for 17. And Dexter Sween, when he was gone for 43, things started to take a turn for the worse. Araho went for no score. And Marlon Phillip, 26, a dying effort in the end. Vaughan Brown tried to hit the first one out the park, and he could only get a single. And he was gone. And Vialva, 12 he made, and the writing was on the wall by the time Thomas and Wilson got to the middle. bowled out for 156. We'll have a look at some of the highlights coming up as they make preparations for the presentation. So, as we're coming to a conclusion of this North Zone T20 Festival, there were lots of shots on offer. Leonardo Julian and Keon Mason came out swinging. 4 fours from Julian and 4 fours from Mason, and adding 4 sixes to his knock of 45 from Leonardo Julian. He struck the ball to all parts of the ground. He was very punishing. Dexter Sween being treated harshly. Hit over extra cover for 6. Shot of the match that was. And then over the head of Arahu down on the boundary edge. This one was high up in the air, and a good catch from Jeremy Arahu to dismiss Leonardo Julian for 45. And Mason was up to tricks. Lost his middle stump off the inside edge. And Govaya struck 42 with 2 sixes, 2 massive sixes and 5 fours in his knock of 42 of just 23 deliveries. And Kenroy Williams trying to add impetus to the innings to repeat the shots of Govaya. Lost his wicket down the ground. And right after that, Govaya put one straight in the hands of Marlon Phillips at long off. And a bit of a cameo from Joshua Clark and Randy Baliram. 1-6 he hit in his knock of 20, Baliram. And Clark put bat to ball in his knock of 23 with 2 fours and 1-6. That 6 they hit out the ground. And then a fine nick through to the wicket keeper. Andy Alexander came and struck his first ball for 6. And there were 2 sixes in the Dexter Sween final over. And that was the end of that innings. 186 they posted. Barataria ball players starting off with a change in the batting order. Hallwell out LBW for Govaya. Kevis John batted for 16. And Dejan Charles was bowled by Andy Alexander for 17. Dexter Sween struck 5 almighty sixes. One went out of the ground on top of the roof of us here in the media center. And he continued on as punishing as possible, particularly on Daniel Holder. And Clark was not spared. Some almighty 6 hitting from Sween. And Kevis John, who batted well to rotate the strike, giving the strike to both Charles and Sween, popped one back to Joshua Clark. And Arahu was out bowled for no score. And a good catch out in the deep by Govaya there. And once those wickets fell, that of Sween, Dejan Charles, and Halls for no score, just Marlon Phillip at the other end. Vaughan went trying to hit some sixes, but then Marlon Phillip lost his wicket out bowled by Govaya, coming back in the final stages of the innings. Some Tariq type bowling from Kenroy Williams, who had a mixed bag. And outside edge of Vialva, he picked up a wicket, and then the final wicket be soon given the last over. And bowled out for 156. We join the presentation that is already in progress. And Gregory Wales there for the fun of the match. And of course Winston Sobers, the chairman of the North Zone Committee. Prizes being given out. And man of the match, is it Mikel Govaya? His knock of 42 and then picked up 2 for 20. So Winston Sobers, Ingrid Maxwell, Vice Chair, and Jolene Wheeler has done an outstanding job. Miss Wheeler there in the frame. She's been coordinating everything that has transpired during the course of the game. The toss, this opening ceremony before each game, and as well as the presentation. She's also been making all of the announcements. And the staff of the North Zone Committee, very hard working to bring this tournament finally Tomorrow it will conclude with the finals with Glenora Sports up against Northside Future Stars. Join us then at 7 o'clock. Young Jessri Sukwa, Kyle Ramdu, Ramon Diaz, Captain Kendall Guerra, Kwesi Fonilia, who's had a good tournament. Some of the notable names in the North Star Future Stars lineup. Of course, the big names in the Glenora Sports Club: Leonardo Julian, Mikel Govaya, Kenroy Williams, captain. Good tournament by Andy Alexander. So tune in, join us tomorrow for finals day and all to play for in this North Zone T20 Festival. This is Billy Fulong on behalf of the Cricket 360 staff saying thanks for joining us, and the next time you will hear us will be at the toss.